Good afternoon. Actually, it's afternoon. It's not 9 a.m. What is my hair doing? There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. It's time for some Stormgate. My first stream as an engaged man. That's fun. We'll talk about that later. Clara's in the other room giggling at the introduction, but this is going to be a 2v2 tournament. So I believe that is thematic, right? That's topical. You need to have a partner to play 2v2. I just happened to secure my own, except she's not playing in the tournament. It's fine. We have 16 teams, I believe, getting ready to play today. Excuse me, I just had lunch. And thank you, Synapse. We're gonna go ahead and get things started rather soon. I believe we're going to be following the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, at Frank, there are 12 2v2 maps. What's the pool? Oh, ladder maps minus Bone Zone and Dust Devil. Congrats, she's an unfortunate woman, but I'm sure she has the strength to get through this. Yeah. Hey, Aegis, how are you? Happy holidays. Oh, Aegis is, Clara's off screen, but she wanted to show the ring, I guess. Yeah, I gotta, there we go. See, it's, put it near my face so it zooms in. There we go. Trying to get a list of the maps is what's happening right now. Because it's just the ladder pool, but I don't know that is anywhere. Is there a bracket? Yes, Peter Fox. Exclamation mark bracket, exclamation mark B. You wrote B exclamation mark. That's not gonna give you exactly what you wanted. I'm just trying to make sure we know exactly what the prize pool is. Oh, not the prize pool. We know the prize pool. Which, by the way, you can go and add to. Exclamation mark Match Arena will go and increase this prize pool from $324.25 to something maybe a little bit higher. Of course, there are free codes available. It's 25 cents a code, which is always appreciated. But all right, ladder maps minus Bone Zone. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. Boo. All right. I don't know if the ladder maps are listed anywhere. So we're going to get that going soon, rather soon enough. Looks like we got some subs coming in. We'll be starting on the Aftermath side of things. Verteris. Yeah, no, it's funny. You say, oh, yeah, she's an unfortunate woman, but I'm sure she's strong enough to get through this. I was very much enjoying, you do the whole thing. You're like, hey, family, look, we're engaged. And they're like, oh, welcome to the family. And I'm like, having a lot of fun with, oh, are you sure? Are you positive that is what you want? Are you sure you know exactly what you're getting into with that one? But seems like, she tells me she does. So I don't know if that's, she's doing her best here. Hello there, Tabula1242. Reminder, by the way, please type in English. I can't read Cyrillic. Do my best, put in translate, but I can't moderate it. So very much appreciate if you make that happen. All right. We are doing everything but Bone Zone and Dust Devil. All right, there we go. This is the map pool. Cosmic Enigma, Desolate Temple, Ecodome, Evergreen, Gaia's Grove, Hell's Haven, Lava Labs, Rebirth, Ruination, and Templar's Temple. Although I'm a little sad that we don't have Bone Zone. I think that's actually, it was an okay 1v1 map, but I think it is actually, I think it is actually a really good 2v2 map. The Are You Sure is only fun when they're 100% unserious. Yeah, no. Clara's very happy. I'm very happy. But it is, I'm like, hey guy, did you really know what you're getting into? Are every like, do you really know? We do apologize. But anyway, we will be following. Can I pin this? Cannot pin it. At who was the Frank at Algor? Can one of you live start not ladder maps? Yes, but it's what Algo has sent as the pool. So it is what it is. Hey, tomfoolery. 977 Fox. Again, please reminder, I do not speak Russian, Ukrainian, anything that has a, you know, Cyrillic letters in it. So I'm gonna again, just please try to type in English. I can't moderate it, and that puts me in potential, not danger, but I gotta be careful because Twitch is Twitch. So hi all, you say. This is privet, I guess. I can't really speak that, but anyways, welcome anyway. Welcome. Glad you're here. All right, no pin permissions on the server. That's I thought you could pin within your own thread, but I don't know. At theory, can I get a lobby code, please? Yeah, it's funny. 2v2 tournaments are 2v2 is awesome. Yes, Gay Republican Icon. I can see the YouTube chat. Unfortunately, it doesn't show here because it's really annoying to get that all in one feed from the tools that I found, but I can see it. Greetings, fans. The conditionally, right now, the conditionally live game. This is Schrodinger's game. Although I guess we're looking at it, so not quite. Looks like the things are going to be going live soon enough. I need to go and actually run 3 minutes of ads before we do it. Still a bit sad that there's no 3v3 mode with heroes. I agree. I can't say anything about it. I'm under NDA. Although, is anyone going to enforce the NDA? I don't know. Regardless, I'm a bit sad that we're not. We don't have it just yet. Apparently they've kind of reconfigured it significantly, even compared to what it was under testing. So I'm not even sure what me saying, knowing something that's about a year old at this point would do. But yeah, I hope we're able to get there. I hope that the negotiations that Tim Morton is able to have with partners keep things going, because I think that now I've been on holiday. I've been in Virginia, been home for Christmas, getting engaged, not playing any Stormgate. But from what I've seen and from what I saw in the test right before I left, I think this new version of the game is a lot of fun. I think, especially 2v2, I think it's just the better mode. So I hope they're able to make things happen. I'm looking forward to finding more out. I have some casual friends I can see getting on board this game when 3v3 mode releases. Yeah, I am too. I don't know. I don't know if I can get my casual friends involved. I think this might even be a little bit too, just the concept of RTS might be a little too sweaty for them. But if I recall correctly, the current PTR is planning on going live in February, and after it, live co-op and Team Mayhem are likely to focus the next PTR. Rancor, unless I've missed something, could be missing something here, but to the best of my knowledge, there has been no public information on when this PTR would go to live, because they have to get localization stuff, bugs have to get fixed, things that are very totally reasonable for a PTR, but not reasonable for a live game, for like a public release. So I don't know when that is, but they did say that, yeah, their focus now is to try, once this is balanced and good, to try to see what it's going to take to get co-op and Team Mayhem up to feature parity. Don't know what that would require. Don't know if they have the funds and the manpower to do it. But I know that that's what they're looking at. And thank you, Yummy. Oh wait, Yum Hungary. Thank you very much. I'm very happy. It was great. We did it like on the National Mall on the ice skating rink there. Had like a full week of just going around to different family parties and doing things. It was a very good way to do it. All right, bracket is final. Yes, and that's true. Ariel is saying there will be the Ariel finals, the Ariel Stormgate Cup finals happening. What, in 2 weeks, Ariel? Is that what it is? Oh, just don't know when yet. Okay, we don't have a date just yet. For what it's worth, because I would like to cover this if possible, I'm booked this coming weekend, and then I'm booked the weekend after that. So if we can do it the weekend of the 23rd, maybe that'll happen. I have a lobby. I have a lobby. This is very exciting. This is going to be best of 3. What are we going to do? I don't know. ASC is the long-running Ariel Stormgate Cup. Oh, this is actually sick. Ariel Stormgate Circuit. There. True circuit, not cup. Hey, Professor Wannabe. This is sick. This is Therian Albino versus Senegalo Ruskov and Vincent Van Gijgod. Don't know who that one is, but Senegalo Ruskov is fantastic, and Therian Albino were also very good. Is the plan to have the community assist in keeping the game afloat while Tim tries to secure funding? I think so. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. All I know is that this version of the game is awesome, and it was primarily on community support. And I don't know where the financial situation is. Don't know anything else. I just know this is cool and they keep working on stuff. This is the first time you have ever caught me live. Well, hello. We're going to move into game 1. Here we are, game number 1 of this big 2v2 tournament. $325, give or take, in the prize pool. We should introduce our players in the bottom left side of the map. They have a team name. Let me pull it up 1 second. The Aftermath side of things is playing against G. Johnson. Oh, there we go. Bottom left, it's Vincent Van Gijgod. Senegalo Ruskov is, what are they? Gaunts with GG guns. Top side of the map in the red and the orange is Theory and Albino. Aftermath squad doing it again. Champions of 2v2 everywhere. King Bros is #1 seed. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. To the best of my knowledge, because seeding 2v2 tournaments when it's like the first one that's been done in a long time is very difficult. So they decided to randomly seed, especially because it's funny, the rules actually, wait a minute. You need to go and please accept this so we can hear in the background. There we go. The rule said lower bracket, but there's no lower bracket set up in this, so tis what tis. But yeah, no Celestial in this match. It's Vanguard and Infernal versus Vanguard and Infernal. Is see a scout coming out here from Albino. Remember, scouts have been buffed a decent amount in the most recent patches. Not to the point where they are problematic, but enough to where they're solid. And they do a good job. You get them early. They are worth getting a couple early to scout. They do have some late game scaling if you need it into like vectors or something like that. And well, for now, this is just kind of a mass expand idea. We got this wall up on the high ground, natural starting to mine just a little bit. Other side, natural as well. And remember, when you look at this map, this was one of the earlier 2v2 maps. And the entire point for this one was, well, it's a very standard 2v2 map. Everyone gets a main base. Everyone gets a natural. It's got those ramps. It's not easy to go get super aggressive early on. And that just means we get to play what is a pretty nice macro game. Now, last time I saw this map get played, it had creeps on it. So it was all about dealing with the creep camps, dealing with all of these just really important areas, resource camps in particular, that were dealt with. But Jim Jigga, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome. But for now, there are 3 Stormgates on the map. Bottom, middle, top, and the bottom one is going to be the first spawn here. Very much favoring the side of Vincent Van God and Senegalo Ruskov. their rush distance is just a little bit shorter. So Theory's gonna go poke around this a little bit, but it's the entirety of the cool side going into this, both Vanguard and Infernal, which means Theory by himself can't really contest this, but the Lancers on the other side, they're causing problems. Overcharge is gonna get forced on out here, but Overcharge is a shadow of what it once was. It's not all that fast. It's not nearly as impactful, so a couple workers go down. That's gonna be fairly nice. Now, of course, it does mean that the Stormgate was claimed on the other side of the map. It's gonna be a favorite going into this with the small little bit of Vanguard army. They're looking for a bit of a flank here. Lancer, well, excuse me. Brutes, Fiends, everything else trying to go catch these Lancers on the map. Albino has got to get on out of here, but he's just got to run. The army's right on top of him, and all the Fiends, they've spawned. They're going to look for the surround, getting a couple, getting 3. Very nicely done. Now the defense is going to be necessary, especially with this third base on the low ground, but seems like Theory, he's positioned well enough to defend his friend, but I mean, man, with this Faerun, it's a problem. Oh no, Lancer's taking a lot of damage as well. This is straight up into the natural. I wonder if Theory and Albino have just been a little bit too greedy. They do, of course, have a Vulcan ready to go. Avalanche Nomad there, so this is a solid defensive tool, especially with the effigies getting dropped here. So we do, of course, have no Soulburn Chakrams just yet. It's close, but it's not here just yet. And the Vulcan's doing such a nice job defensively, making sure that this Lancer goes down eventually, but not quick, not just yet. And now Soulburn Chakrams are done, and that should be the end of this aggression for now. It's gonna get the Fiends converted. This Vulcan does a very nice job of staying alive, especially now at level 1 veterancy. And while we back up just a little bit, Lancers coming in from Vincent Vanguard, a little bit wrong side there, but they'll be fine. They do, of course, have kinetic redirection ready to go, so they take a little damage, but they dance right on out of there. And because of all this attack, because of all of this pressure, none of it was on the third base. So Albino, he's got his third base up ready and running. So too does Theory. Not quite the worker count he would like, but, you know, close enough. And this third base of Ruskov and Vincent Vanguard is much slower. Tech's not quite as fast either, although we are going to see some Vulcans starting to join the fray for Vincent Vanguard as well. So you do have those tools, and this move into Hexen, like we're seeing out of Theory, it's good against the mass bio, it's good against Hexens, absolutely, but against these tankier units, against the, actually wait, I'm sorry, those are, we are a little bit messed up here. It's Infernal Vanguard, not Team and Team. So actually against everything that Vincent Vanguard is making, getting these Hexen up, getting the traps ready to go is really nice actually. So we're gonna see the Forsaken Traps go down, but a big flank coming in. Lancers from every side. So Theory's gonna try to just go pull the trigger right now on the left side as we do have the Forsaken Traps starting to land on top of this army. Here comes Vincent Vanguard, though Theory, 2 versus 1. This is not where he wants to be. He's gonna lose every aspect of this army. And Albino, I guess, was trying to do something elsewhere. Maybe claim a Stormgate, but there are 2 on the map, so you can't claim both. And Albino just not playing with his teammate. Very unfortunate timing here. So Reaper Rush on the way, as well as Infernal Fury, as Theory tries to go and get this base up and mining. He's up on 4 bases now, trying to go and take advantage of some of the space because he lost a lot. We'll have Reaper Rush, we'll have Infernal Fury. Gonna have to see what the Stormgates are gonna be. Faerun's still here. It's gonna be a Vile Lurker on the side of our cool team as they're going to try to break down this side of Theory. Here comes Albino, though. He's got him. Oh, Necrolesque flank could be really cool if they can get on top. And now Vile Lurker as well, taking a decent amount of damage. The Vulcans are here. And man, I wish we could zoom out, but this is an awkward situation. You're kind of trapped on the high ground just a little bit. Healing's doing what it can. And the Vile Lurker getting some damage done as well, but on the backside, Vulcans dash in a little bit more tankiness, but not quite enough. And now Necrolesque trying to find their way forward, trap him into space, lock him down, look for the explosions, but they don't really hit very well. They just land on the outside edge. The explosions are not what they need to be, but now the Phantom's starting to get generated even as the Vile Lurker takes them down, but now Vile Lurker's dead. That's on the ground. This army's starting to get taken down. Base falls. So it's 3 bases versus 3. 4th base on the side of Vincent Vanguard, as well as Ruskov. And Albino and Theory on the flank. They hold on. They got a level 2 Sentinel as well. Does have Haste Pod Dispersal, getting those upgrades ready to go. So now you got some tools. You do have this detector to take, well, actually, effigies. Are they hidden? Like, no, they're just, I'm like, I don't think effigies got hidden. I don't think that was a change I missed, but effigies now on the team color, but it does mean you know, you take those out a little bit. That's always going to be nice. Hey, Filibuster, 13 months. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really do appreciate it. So now we're going to try to go and play a little bit of split push here from Theory and Albino is what it looks like. Albino left side, Theory right side. Not the craziest tech, but does have a tier 3 Hexen ready to go. Does have some Hellborn and all of those wonderful things. But this really is a game of economy. Seems like Albino and Theory want to play. They're very content to sit back. And in fairness, they took some, and Theory in particular, he definitely took some licks. As he's moving up to the Elder Shrine on the third base location, which makes sense. Yes, it is a little bit more vulnerable now, but you get 1,000 more HP, right? 1,500. Actually, wait, is it more than that? No, you get 2,000 more. Yeah, you get 2,000 more HP on this base. It is very difficult to snipe. So, tier 3 now ready to go. Elder Shrine here. Theory now has about 2 minutes before we can get up to the tier 3 big units, before we can get up to the Dragon, before we can get up to the Incarnate, and take a look. Yeah, Ruskov even slower to it. So these big tier 3 Infernal units not really gonna be here just yet. As the tier 3 Stormgates now properly underway. Middle bottom side of the map, something that Theory and Albino are gonna try to hold on to. And of course, this should be Ruskov and Van Gods. But now Forsaken Traps moving forward here, just going to go, and a couple of them are going to get eaten down as now the Necrotic Hexfield will start to go down here. I do like the army of Ruskov and Vincent Van God much better in the center as they're going to try to hold this position. No flanks ready to go just yet. Albino thinking about it, starting to move in with the Graven, blinks for it, applies the sticky bombs. And that's going to be a big amount of DPS loss, a big amount of damage, but Theory right side just bathing in the Hexfield. It really is so important that Albino's going to be able to win this fight as Theory kites backwards as much as possible, adds the Weavers and looks for some lashes. And it does seem that the power of these Sentinels, the power of these Graven is doing quite a lot here. The full surround locking down all the Vulcans, and despite the fact that Theory did such bathed in those hex fields, did not really seem to matter. And now the tier 3 Stormgate is going to get claimed by Theory and Albino. Don't know exactly what they're going to want just yet, but there's a second one available as well, an extra base here, and we see what they claim. Still haven't claimed. Nothing just yet. Still working on the fight. And another Stormgate. This one also Theory and Albino's ready to claim. This game feels very good for the side of Aftermath right now. Early game a little bit scary, but their economy has done quite a nice job here. And by the way, Magmadon's not nearly as good as they otherwise were. As don't even know what they claimed. Doesn't really matter. Okay, it's gonna be a Stormcaller from Albino as the game is over. Swarm Mother and a Stormcaller to clean things up in game 1. Goes the way of Theory and Albino. Wow, I would love a units tab. Understand why we don't have one, but it would be nice. Vulcan's very good at 2v2. The Sentinels as well. Bracket, exclamation mark, bracket, dude. All right, Templars Temple has been removed from the ladder or from the tournament pool because it's a bug. Waiting for a lobby at Theory. All right, so we're gonna get into map 2 soon enough. Oh man, 2v2 is so cool. I can't wait. I hope that eventually we get the chance to zoom out a little bit more, but the game's good. Hey, Miserace. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, I thought for sure Theory and Albino were cooked when Theory got spanked. I did too. The way you often win 2v2 games is you just take one player out of the fight and then you can't win 2v1. It's double the potential supply, double the economy. It doesn't work. So I really thought when that happened, I very much expected the game was like, okay, Theory is half the supply of the other two players, but they did a nice job taking advantage of a little bit overcommitment from Ruskov and Vincent Van God. Getting a little bit too aggressive. And then the full surround happens and it gets all sorts of spooky. So we got back a couple days ago from the holidays, and doing so we had to go pick up our dog. Right, Molly is very cute. I think she is still hanging out with Claire in the other room, which is very sad. But anyway, she's very cute, and we get her back, and apparently in the time that she's been gone, she's picked up this skill. She's picked up this habit that she really needs to bark and be. She's bored at 1 in the morning and needs to bark. And I'm like, Molly, you really don't need to. You really don't need to wake me up at 1 in the morning and bark for half an hour because you're bored. That is extremely not necessary. So I'm a little tired. It's fine. So we're going to move into game number 2. Templar's Temple is the map. I guess they missed the story that it was banned, but no Celestials here. So it's fine. As Albino and Theory up 1 game in this best of 3, we're going to move into game number 2. Here we are. Game number 2. Templar's Temple, a map with 4 Stormgates and kind of this diamond position, this quadrilateral position, as looks like we can go up on the high ground. So there, healing shrines in the bottom and in the top. Don't know what this is. Destructible terrain down at the bottom, which of course is a base that you can take, but only if you okay, you can cut some trees down to get there. Okay. So kind of this interesting base on the bottom side, and we're gonna see what our players have in store for us as we get into game number 2. Of course, this was a game 1, where Theory was kind of annihilated early on. He got too aggressive. He got punished for it, and it was not what he was looking for. But game number 2, we always got another shot. I think this is a map that you very much have opportunities to go and get just be very greedy on the right and left side of the map, because the rush distance, I don't think, especially if you cut these trees down, it's not all that long. So if someone commits to harass this side, you got a sledgehammer running through the middle. It's going to be very interesting to see how exactly these players decide to go deal with that question, which is an important one. How do you handle the aggression? How do you handle the greed? We got a double Therian patch north side. For now, though, early on, we don't really see a ton before the first Stormgate. It's all get your macro up, start to scout. Hey, AT Strolls. Exclamation mark Matcherino, of course, gives you access to the Matcherino page. If you want to, by the way, support this, there are free codes. Not only are there, you can go donate yourself, but there are free codes as well. It adds additional 25 cents to the prize pool each time, but it's totally free. We're going to see the scout going in, but really nothing doing right now. Looks like actually Albino's very interested in getting a third base up very quickly. We see the overcharge happening. Of course, third base is going to be on the way, and looks like this is a map that has forgotten to add music. So we can go and where's my music? We can add some music into this because it seems like the map you have to when you make a map, you have to consciously add music. So it seems like the map maker forgot. That's fine. We're gonna move. Double Stormgate, they're gonna spawn early, one top side of the map. I don't know how well this is gonna be contested. This one, of course, should be Theory and Ruskov's. Would not be too surprised to see it just kind of go 1-1, but actually Ruskov and Vanguard very interested in rallying across the map and contesting this first Stormgate. Albino in theory, they're on their way. They got a little bit of stuff, but with this Hedgehog on top of everything else, I don't think that they're going to be able to get a lot done. This one you just kind of run away from, just too much stuff early on. So one Stormgate will get claimed. Let's see exactly what it is. There we go. There's going to be a Faerun. And because the first Stormgate, they're going to get a second one as well. Also, hello Ketosis, saying Stormgate. Yes, this is Stormgate. The second Stormgate now is going to get claimed. One Stormgate reward can be a little scary. You know, you move in with a Faerun, it's spooky. Two Stormgates rewards, though. A double Stormgate push. I don't know exactly what they're going to go. I assume they're just talking about it for now. But okay. A Soul Forge, cloning some more units on top of the... Wait, you can... Yeah, okay, you can clone Faerun. So we're going to have... I don't know exactly how many supply the Faerun counts for, so I don't know how many Faerun we're going to get. We're going to clone some Faerun, pretty sure. And that sounds like a very scary attack. You move in with, I don't know, 3 Faerun or something. That's a lot of healing. So, wait, can we? Mike, maybe you can't. I'm assuming you can. I'm pretty sure you can clone. Maybe we can't. Okay, he's gonna pull it back for now. Maybe he's saving for some tier 2 units or something. I really thought you could clone some Faerun. Apparently not. So for now, Hangar Bay is gonna get scattered out as we see this fiend just running in. We should take a look at what exactly it is that Theory's going for. So he's got Infernal Fury on the way. Where is his army? Yeah, Infernal Fury on the way. Does have Soulbrand Chakrams. It's very standard. Pretty much the exact same thing we saw him do in game number 1. And Senegal Ruskov is doing something very similar. Well, he's going into a little bit more spellcaster early. Infernal Fury certainly, but we're getting Hexen Adept training pretty quickly, which means, well, you get Forsaken Traps early. He might try to go and just clone some Hexen. I guess that's going to be the play. I don't know. Much slower game than game number 1, though. We kind of expected this with just how aggressive, or with just how big this map is and how far away the upper left is from the bottom right, and just how difficult it theoretically is just kind of get any sort of aggression going. So this is very much going to be a game where we're waiting for tier 3. Well, we do have the trees cut down, so bit of a sneak attack, I guess, coming in from Vincent Vanguard. He does have Vulcans ready to go, so we can take these trees down very, very quickly as the tier 2 Stormgates timing up right at the same time. So tier 2 Stormgates, this one is very free for Albino in theory, but if he can go and attack with this, as the tier 2 is ready to go, as Theory and Albino try to go make that happen, that's a very powerful idea. Don't know if this was scouted out, though, is Theory and Albino caught right in the middle of things. We're going to have a couple Hexen here, but this is a bad situation to be in. Theory and Albino caught back on their heels. No scouting on this path. We're not aware of what was happening. So even as the evac starts to arrive, even as the army starts to try to get on top, it's a little bit slow. Evac, though, giving a little bit vision right on top of things as the army now starts to arrive. A little bit more. Forsaken Traps starting to go down. A little bit more damage on top of things. And Albino and Theory have to be very careful. They just get swallowed whole. They have to run. This is not what they want to do as the Hellborn. Okay, that's going to get taken out. But Albino and Theory, yeah, all the Vulcans starting to get taken down a little bit more. This Vulcan's starting to heal. It's doing a lot. And this army of Albino, once again, it's actually standing relatively strong, dealing with the reinforcements very nicely as well. They can cut this down, especially with the Sentinels here, adding a little bit more lockdown with the Sentinel bubble. This might actually just be a solid defense. Theory's not in a great spot. Of course, he was the one that took the first brunt of this, but now we're going to start to see these Vulcans, even at the tier 2 level, they're going to get taken down. There is a little bit of healing, but not quite enough. And now with the Atlas is here ready to go, they're going to start to siege up. This choke is not a good spot. And I liked the move. I really did like the move from Ruskov and Vanguard. But Albino 2 games in a row has done such a good job of just finding his way forward. holding the defense, letting Theory just service him a blade of army, just go and, or a blade of armor, just go taken down, but that's fine because it gives so much room as these tier 2 Stormgates, not enough time. They're not going to get claimed, but letting Theory just kind of serve as this a blade of armor while Albino gets his helicarriers up and gets his sentinels up and moves on to do whatever it is that he wants to do and just lets Theory soak, which hey, it does seem to be the right play. Action base now going down for Albino is, yeah, Theory's not in the best spot. 64 supply. He does have a lot of Luminite that he can potentially leverage as we're only on Greater Shrine for Theory, Elder Shrine soon. Not quite, but soon for Senegal or Ruskov. So no incarnates, no dragons just yet. Yeah, Alonzo Gaming. I'm looking forward to 2v2 on live as well. But it's pretty easy to get into. It's pretty easy to go and get into the PTR. Just the problem is, you know, with the low player count, you do have to make sure you go and just post in the PTR channel and to say, hey, I'm queuing. We should have other people queue. Now Theory, Reaper Rush just about done. Does have, I'm assuming tier 3 or Hex and Mastery ready to go. Does have to be a little bit careful though as the Vulcan, or excuse me, as the Hornet starts to arrive, Vulcans as well. A lot of sky power on the side of Albino, or excuse me, of Ruskov and Vincent Vanguard. They're going to try to go top side. This army is very scary from the Blue Vanguard player though. And the bombing run is starting to go out, not really landing. Does clear up some Forsaken traps. That's about it. And this is a pretty vulnerable tier 3 Stormgate that we could see Theory put a rather small amount of units into if he wants to. This is not a fight that he wants to take. You run away from this one. So Binding Saliva, by the way, will get upgraded, just about done. So you're gonna have significant Salivary with host, significant attack speed reduction here from the Spriggans as we move forward. So many upgrades just about ready to go as now Theory and Albino starting to move forward. Holding onto the Wellspring, a little bit extra healing is very nice, but the bombing runs are not good. Miasma, Necrotic Hexfield, not good enough either. And this front line of Theory starting to get taken down, but Albino, that bombing run is a little bit better. Atlas is on the high ground. Hellborn as well. He's got to find some way to hold this army back so that mass area of effect abilities can really start to be effective. As now Atlas tries to go get jumped on top and is going to get picked up running away. More bombing runs, and evac got to be careful. Does have to run as the system shock is going to be there, and this army is going to get forced back once again. Bombing run looks for a little bit more. Albino 224, Theory 124. So Albino's healthy. But Theory's still in a very awkward scenario. He's got a lot of money. He's actually going to get relatively close. Yeah. Elder Shrine is still so far away. I thought he had it. I was going to talk about how he's getting much, much, much closer to his Incarnate, which I think is probably pretty useful here. I'm not totally sure what you want. The teal color is, yeah, no, the teal color is really beautiful. Especially like, I think on the, if you look at the volts, that it looks really good. Yeah, I think 2v2 in this game is, I am like a 1v1 purist, but I think 2v2 in Stormgate is kind of the, it's the secret sauce. The system shock affect air units, I don't remember actually. Oh no, you gotta be careful here. Run away, you're gonna get slowed down by the Spriggans. Shadowflyer is here ready to go as well, but the Atlases are gonna get dropped. Good connections to start here as now the army's gonna start to move in. Good connection from the Shadowflyers in Theory. Getting on top of this army is now Necrotic Hexfield goes down. But I believe that's a Ruskov and Vanguard, so you gotta back up. And these Atlases on high ground. No Plasma Arc Infusion just yet. So they're not going to really be this area denial, but even still, these are very effective Atlas shots. Extremely effective Atlas shots. Is on the bottom side, look, Magnon's moving in. Not a ton of damage versus everything. These are not light. They're anti-light now, but they are very good in the stun. Is now, okay, Helicarriers, sorry, Hurricanes getting taken down. Mass Shadow Flyer attack, but on the north side, these Atlases are doing so much here. They just haven't been contested whatsoever. More bombing runs are going to start to arrive, and oh no, not again. Albino here, 300 supplies, winning this fight 2v1. It doesn't matter. The flanks are good. The spell casting is so good, and Theory's job, just be the tank. Just soak the damage. It's gonna be fine. And let Albino do the rest. He absolutely is pulling that one off. Really nice fight positioning from the side of Albino, and really Theory a little bit, but Albino as well. And now these Forsaken Traps, gonna be a little bit of a problem. As tier 3 Stormgates for the second time gonna get started. And these are ones that one would assume.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
No Promethean engine just yet from Albino. But these are ones that you would assume, these are going to be Theories. These are going to be Albinos. They have lost so many at this point. So take a fast now. Not Cyclones. Hedgehogs are going to start to arrive, but that's some bad pathing. That really is not what you're looking for. All these Vulcans on the bottom side. Vincent Van God. Well, that's a lot of friendly fire there. Albino truly does not care about his teammate. Theory, he's going to give his life for the cause, taking down all these Vulcans so they get nuked down. And I guess that's going to be enough. This fight, yeah, that's going to be a tier 3 Stormgate going the way, and the rally's going to deal with this one. So for Stormgate, want to say, do we go? No, we're duplicating some Hurricanes. Okay. Hurricanes getting duplicated from the first one. Second one, don't know who we're going to see just yet out of this, as Theory takes that one. Just waiting to see what's going to happen. They're discussing. I mean, more helicarriers. This is such a good fleet of helicarriers. Even without Promethean engines, you'd love to see it. We're not there just yet. But the Stormgate. All right, more Soul Forges. More cloning. And Theory doesn't have the money for his big tier 3 units just yet, but... Oh, no, he did get an Incarnate. Okay. Incarnate ready to go, starting to move forward, but it's trapped in the main base. He's gonna have to go, gets himself a Harbinger, but he can't. He can't drop it. Oh, you gotta kill the blood tree. Maybe. Okay, we're out there. I have to go take down the solar habitat. Meanwhile, oh, there's a problem. Albino off on his lonesome here. That's not exactly where he'd like to be, especially as Shroudfall covers the map. Not a lot of vision available to him. He's just gonna make everything intensely problematic. So the dragon's out, and Albino, he was trying to take this base. Just has to run. The army of... Where's our Incarnate? There we go. Now there's the Incarnate hitting the field, and this is very good in this game. Of course, you can't clone it. Theory's gonna try. You cannot clone resilient units, so... Or you can't clone tier 3 units, so... It's gonna be a couple more Magmadons. That's gonna be fine, but the Incarnate, the damage that it does to air units, as we have all these Spriggans and Shadow Flyers and Hurricanes, that's very impactful. So more Hurricanes on the way. Theory now has whatever the upgrade's called. That means your Shroud goes a little bit farther beyond the Shroud generators. And with this Incarnate, well, we're going to see the Incarnate versus the Dragon moving forward. Very cinematic. This game goes even later. Theory has to run away. Long distance mining. Apparently you can do this?
Dimensional rifts detected.
You can return resources to friendly town hall. That's kind of cool. Anyway, now we're going to see the spores go forward. Bombing run is going to be fairly impactful. This is not a situation that you really want to be in. Bombing run, other side, not really all that great. Albino drops them all, but it's just out of range, and you can't really hold this center ground. But it's going to be another Stormgate for Albino in Theory. That's a very nice thing to do. Get some Power Stones on top of this Incarnate, make it that much tankier. They can do that much more damages. You see the shots go in. Bombing run. Oh, that one's, whoa! That's incredibly impactful. The Stormgate goes here as well. And this is a really kind of a shadow force from Ruskov top side. So Stormgate, don't know what was claimed. Maybe just more cloning. I don't see it. That second Incarnate going to start to join the fray. Bombing run is okay, but it's not great. The Dragon's got to be very careful moving forward. And these Hurricanes from Vincent Van God, they're a problem. Holding this high ground, taking this high ground is so very difficult. In theory, he spent so much money on these two Incarnate, which are technically really good as there we go. Incarnate and Dragon from Reskov. They're technically really good, but they're expensive. They are so expensive. Sonoplasma or Confusion, by the way, is Albino. He's maxed out. Not a lot of money, though. Not a lot of income. And the Stormgate and high ground is going to cause problems. Both okay. Incarnate very slow. It's going to get taken down. Got to find the stun. I have no idea what's happening right now. Everything's dying, and it's just all the bombing runs. This helicarrier fleet moving forward, getting mass healed system shocks. And it's carrier versus carrier all over again. But you do have this one Incarnate looking for a couple more globs of poison running forward. But it does seem like Reskov and Vincent Van God, they just got more. The stun, not enough. Not enough at all. This army, Reskov and Vincent Van God, they just get more explosions ready to go. And Albino, in this late game maxed out situation, just cannot really do enough. The bombing runs not the bombing runs. The Shadow Flyer is so impactful in these fights. Yes, you cannot clone Dragon or Incarnate, but you can't clone Helicarriers either. Right? Or did they change that? This game feels very bad. Now, bombing run. Oh, that's a decent amount. That's going to be very nice catching a couple Hellborn on the north side. And it looks like in theory and Albino, they're just going to be forced to tap out here. They don't have the money. Way too far down in supply. And we go to game 3. Yeah, tier 3 units, cloning of tier 3 units did get removed. Now we're going to move into game 3. It is 1-1 due to KB. Looking for any more Stylu successors as 2-0'd. Dunkang My Lane is 2-0'd. 2 brain cells have 2-0'd. So round of 8 is getting started. Are Celestials dead? I don't think so. I mean, we're seeing players play the levels that play in the races that they generally play. Like Albino's always been a Vanguard player. Theory's always been an Infernal player. Hey, Patrick. Interesting game to see people. Oh, there we go. And we have the lobby. Yeah, lose because of the loss of resources. Yeah, Theory they seem to be playing the style of like letting Theory be the brawler. But yeah, I don't know that Celestials are dead. I really have not had a chance to do a lot of Stormgate as I was home for the holidays in Virginia getting engaged. So now if someone asks me to do something, I don't want to do it. I can say I'm otherwise engaged, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I really thought the Gay Republican, I really thought that Albino was going to carry it, but not quite enough. Yeah, seeing huge combined armies like that is really cool. Cosmic Enigma, map number 3 of this best of 3 as we move right into it. The people asking if Celestials were dead. Albino's always been a Vanguard player. Theory's always been an Infernal player. Reskov has almost always been an Infernal player. I'm assuming based on the fact that the guy's name is Vincent Van GG Odd, he's a Vanguard player. So players are playing their races. Moving to a bit of a smaller map. It's long, but you don't have this big north side, south side that is just kind of hard to go deal with. Oh, is Vincent Isma? Okay, I was not. Yeah, Isma. If Vincent Vanguard is Isma, then Isma is the biggest Vanguard purist I have ever seen. The guy shows up, or the person shows up in my chat every time I'm casting something just to complain about how underpowered Vanguard is and how overpowered everything else is. How's the bracket so far? We're into game 3. Oh wait, that should be, there we go, 1-1. Storyteller Dave, we're into game 3. Both games have been very cool. It's been Theory kind of selling his early game to make space for Albino, and then Albino theoretically holding. Albino theoretically building up this big high-tech Vanguard army and kind of carrying with it, except game 2 wasn't quite able to make it happen, and they missed their timing. I think it's really interesting, actually, to see different ways people are approaching this, because you can, to talk about what Albino and Theory are doing in like Dota terms, there's a concept, or like MOBA terms. There's a concept of a core and a support in a MOBA, where the support is supposed to be stronger early. They don't need as many resources. Their job is to get the core online so the core can carry the game. And often they're the source of a lot of disable. And that's kind of what Albino and Theory are doing, where you have Theory playing as the support, playing a little bit more aggressive early, not teching quite so hard, trying to buy space to make sure that Albino can quote unquote farm up, get to that next level, carry the game, and move forward. Whereas it's a lot more equitable on the side of Vincent Vanguard and Senegala Ruskov. They're not quite as aggressive generally. They're both playing to scale, which if you get there, I mean, clearly it works. 600 supply is better than 450. Hey, Julapal. First Stormgate gonna go up here, and we're gonna see Ruskov and Vincent Vanguard again. They're gonna go and contest it, and Albino and Theory again not contesting this super hard. It's actually really interesting to see Theory go, and he's opting for a little bit more greed in this game number 3. He's got his third base up very, very quickly. So this idea of Theory is the support, Albino is the core, doesn't really seem to be what they're going for in this game. Hey, Nori, thank you so much for gifting us. Oh, you're gifting 10 community subs. Thank you. Especially gifting 1, 2. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. That is incredibly prophetic. I love it. Anyway, attack north side here. It's going to be a bit of a problem, but it does, even though you do have this creeping horror, which can slow things down, you do have these lancers that are kind of positioning very well, and you don't want to commit super hard as Vincent Vanguard and Ruskov, because then all the lancers are going to dive in, you get surrounded, you lose both your armies. It's not good. So you're trying to play around the edge as much as possible as the lancers continue to move in. So Hedgehogs, they're fighting what they can, but this attack is not really going to be all that effective, I don't think, because now, especially as the effigies get added, that's okay. No, that is a Theory's effigy. Thought it was orange, but actually, wait a minute. Theory is orange. We're good. And another gifted sub to MSRM as well. Thank you so much, Nori. I really appreciate it. Happy holidays. Hope you had a great Christmas, New Year's, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Yule, whatever it is that you celebrate. That goes for everyone else too, but especially you, because you gifted 10 subs. I do love that thanks for the 10 gifted subs got one of the 10 gifted subs. Though I believe that is what the name was supposed to generate, and thanks for the 10 gifted subs for the first time in a long time. It actually worked. You're good. So that attack actually not all that powerful, not all that impactful. So Theory holds on, still a little bit low in supply, but that's fine because he's got his 4th base done just about, and he's also done the double shrine thing. So he's this is something that I've been kind of thinking makes sense to do. And I haven't been totally sure because it is expensive. But with all the economic changes they've made in the PTRs, by the way, we should point out this Hellforge, it looks really, I think this is additional polish even compared to live. Maybe? But some of the new patterns, some of the patterns on the Infernal stuff, maybe it's just, it looks really good in the orange, but the skins are, this really nice. But anyway, theory, he's got 4 bases, he's got 5 shrines because you don't, it's really hard to saturate now as an Infernal player. You cannot Infernal Resurgent, or you cannot Hellspawn Resurgence onto shrines. So it's hard to saturate. It takes a long time. So getting that extra shrine does help out quite a bit.
Enemy forces have begun to secure
I'm surprised Theory didn't take the base in the middle of the 2 Illuminites. This one, there are some Therium here. That makes it a little hard, as the Stormgate in the middle will be claimed by Albino in theory. North side as well, they're thinking about it, but it looks like this might just be a trade. What do we get in the middle? Oh, okay, Necrolusks are really nice. Because it does potentially mean that they're going to be able to claim the second one because a Necrolusk flank just makes this fight really, really hard. So Theory is going to move in. It's going to eventually be able to go take this down, as he does have just about Hex and Mastery. So Necrotic Hex Field will be ready for this fight. As Albino moves in on the flank. Yeah, no, this is not good. Now we're going to see all the Vulcans dash in, get the stuns off. Now there's the Hex Field. A little bit more damage over time. The healing, it's just not good enough whatsoever. All the Vulcans are dead. And now that means this is going to be a very nice situation for Albino in theory. They use the Necrolusks to claim the first one. The second one is going to be theirs as well. And more Necrolusks. Okay, well, that's a bust timing. Or maybe get some evacs. Maybe get some Harbingers. Still not used to what all the... There we go. There we go. The Weaver Adept Shrine. Interesting. I haven't really seen these Weaver upgrades being used all that much. Oh, cool. Vanguard can make Therium refineries for the Infernal allies. Huh. Oh, no, on the natural? Is there a... Oh, yeah, well, no, they just traded 1-on-1, which makes sense. What, if any of you ever won with only one basing a Stormgate? Oh, yeah, all the time in betas, Joel Paul. You would go double vault, single conclave, and you would just go and get proxy, and it was very strong, especially in the Infernal Mirror. The theory, yeah. Where are we on the tech path for him? He's got Greater, he's moving into Elder. More upgrades as Receive Reaper's Rush going, so he's got a lot. Of course, on the other side of the map, we are starting to see some of these Infernal upgrades getting started. Where's my machine lab? There we go. No. Where's my machine lab? There it is. So peak performance on the Vulcan makes them a little bit tankier, and also means they actually start to fire very quickly once they dash forward. So that's a rather impactful ability. Is Albino, he's also properly on tier 3. We do have Mitigative Guard ready to go, which means that you effectively turn into StarCraft 2 Immortals on these Lancers, and they take less damage. So, bit of an awkward flank moving in. Looks like one of these Necrolusks is going to get taken down, but the Forsaken Traps and the Hex Fields are a problem, and they're just sitting in it. That's not the fight that you really want to take here. Everyone's just popping when you start to run. Albino's still playing very defensively here. He's going to be able to go clear off some of the bubbles, and meanwhile, random Fiend and some Lancers, they're going to start to go, get a little aggressive. And the tier 3 Stormgate underway. So we're going to play, this is by far the most, I don't even want to say even game. I'm pretty sure Aftermath is just ahead, but most equitable game. This has not just been a game where Theory has been sacrificed for forever and having to come to terms with that one. He actually has supply, and he has an economy, and is able to play with it, which is very nice. As the Greater Shrine, interesting. Theory got 2 Greater Shrines. I don't know that he wanted to do that, but Elder Shrine is done. Like, he might try to go double Elder just to get more tier 3 monsters. I don't know. But tier 3 Stormgate now is gonna be claims. We're moving rapidly into this late game scenario. Don't know exactly what they want. Deep one's always gonna be good. There we go. Okay. So no Dark Cleric just yet, only tier 2 on the Weavers, but they do regenerate energy a little bit faster, which I think is the primary goal. There's not a lot of Shroud spread, so I haven't really seen much use of the Shroud invisibility tool. But it's a little bit more energy is always going to be really nice. Is now system shocking forward on top of this army, trying to purge off some of the curse. Not a ton, not super impactful just yet. But there's an attack on the right side with the deep one. These Forsaken Traps are causing a decent amount of problems, and the Hexfield moves in. Shadow Flyers are out, but there's nothing really to Shadow Fly. And now the Hexfield on top of the entirety of Theory's army. That's a little bit awkward as the Weavers are going to get pulled forward as well. Albino left side seems to be doing fairly well on his fight, though. And with the deep one here anchoring things, it does seem like Theory and Albino doing a very nice job of running forward, even as they sat in the Hex Fields. I don't know how much it's going to matter, especially because we have all these Shadow Flyers, but there's not a lot of flying. There's not a lot for them to do. Not really. There's no Dragon, not a lot of Spriggans. It really is these Helicarriers, which they're doing something, but not the most impactful units. That is a lot of Hellborn. The Magmadons are going to start to go on top of them, but again, they don't kill them, they just stun them. So the damage not quite there until the rest of the army is going to start to arrive, and the Blade of Armor, really, the Fiends, just this Blade of Tur causing some problems, but now it's going to start to get very much on the way of Theory and on the left side. Yeah, it looks like the Helicarriers of Albino died, but hey, look, there's Incarnate. Very strong anti-air tool, and Albino in Theory. Ruskov's got 48 supply. Vincent Van God, 150. The economy, the greed that Albino in Theory got away with in the early to mid game, absolutely coming to fruition here in the late game, as there's just not a lot to do anymore. These big, powerful monsters, they're doing everything they need to. The army's way too strong. Theory's maxed out. Albino's at 250. And there's the GG. So Ruskov and Isma, Vincent Van God, they're going to be forced to tap out of the tournament, but Albino in Theory, they get to move on. Oh, right. This is Aftermath. Move this down. So we're going to run a break when we figure out our next game. This is what we're going to do, because ads are going to start in 5 minutes anyway. And which race combo do you think is OP in 2v2? Maybe make a sheet and rank all the 2v2 combos from S to C. I don't know enough about 2v2 Joe Paul. I have not really played any Stormgate since the PTR, because we did that one tournament and I went off for Christmas. And I did not have what it took. Anyways, we're going to go to a break. When we're back, more Stormgate. And Senegal or Ruskov. Their rush distance is just a little bit shorter. So Theory's going to go poke around this a little bit, but it's the entirety of the cool side going into this. Both Vanguard and Infernal, which means Theory by himself can't really contest this, but the Lancers on the other side, they're causing problems. Overcharge is going to get a little bit of Vanguard army, and they're looking for a bit of a flank here. Lancer, well, excuse me. Brutes, Fiends, everything else trying to go catch these Lancers on the map. Albino's got to get on out of here, but he's just got to run. The army's right on top of him, and all the Fiends, they've spawned. They're going to look for the surround, getting a couple, getting 3, especially with his third base on the low ground, but seems like Theory, he's positioned well enough to defend his friend, but I mean, with this Faerun, it's a problem. Oh no, Lancer's taking a lot of damage as well. This is straight up into the natural. I wonder if Theory and Albino have just been a little bit too greedy. They do, of course, have a Vulcan ready to go just yet. It's close, but it's not here just yet. And the Vulcan's doing such a nice job defensively, making sure that this Lancer goes down eventually, but not quick, not just yet. And El Solbra and Chakrams are done, and that should be the end of this aggression for now. It's going to get the Fiends go down, but a big flank coming in. Lancers from every side, so Theory's going to try to just go pull the trigger right now on the left side, as we do have the Forsaken Traps starting to land on top of this army. Here comes Vincent Van God, though. Theory, 2 versus 1. This is not where he wants to be. He's going to lose every aspect of the side of Theory. Here comes Albino, though. He's got him. Oh, Necrolesk flank could be really cool if they can get on top. And now Violurker as well, taking a decent amount of damage. The Vulcans are here. And man, I wish we could zoom out, but this is an awkward situation. You're kind of trapped on the high ground just a little bit. Healing's doing what it can. And the Violurker getting some damage done as well, but on the backside, Vulcans dash in a little bit more tankiness, but not quite enough. And now Necrolesk trying to find their way forward, trap him into space, lock him down, look for the explosions, but they don't really hit very well. They just land on the outside edge. The explosions are not what they need to be, but now the Phantoms start to get generated even as the Violurker takes them down, but now Violurker's dead. That's on the ground. This army's starting to get taken down. Base falls. So it's 3 bases versus 3, 4th base on the side of Vincent Vanguard, as well as Ruskov. And a bar to hold on to. And of course, this should be Ruskov and Vanguards. But now Forsaken Traps moving forward here, just going to go, and a couple of them are going to get eaten down as now the Necrotic Hexfield will start to go down here. I do like the army of Ruskov and Vincent Vanguard much better in the center, as there are some lashes. And it does seem that the power of these Sentinels, the power of these Graven, is doing quite a lot here. The full surround locking down all the Vulcans, and despite the fact that Theory did such bathed in those hex fields, as good as they otherwise were, as a don't even know what they claimed. Doesn't really matter. Okay, it's gonna be a Stormcaller from Albino as the game is over. Swarm Mother and a Stormcaller to clean things up in game 1. Goes the way of Theory and Albino. A little bit slow. Evac though, giving a little bit vision right on top of things as the army now starts to arrive. A little bit more Forsaken Traps starting to go down. A little bit more damage on top of things. And Albino and Theory have to be very careful. They just get swallowed whole. They have to run. This is not what they want to do as the Hellborn. Okay, that's going to get taken out. This might actually just be a solid defense. Theory's not in a great spot. Of course, he was the one that took the first brunt of this, but now we're going to start seeing these Vulcans, even at the tier 2 level, they're going to get taken down. There is a little bit of healing, but not quite enough. And now with the Atlas is here, ready to go, they're going to start to siege up. This choke is not a good spot. I'm assuming tier 3 or Hexen Mastery ready to go. Does have to be a little bit careful though as the Vulcan, or excuse me, as the Hornet starts to arrive, Vulcans as well. A lot of sky power on the side of Albino, or excuse me, of Ruskov and Vincent Vanguard. They're gonna try to go scary from the blue Vanguard player though. And the bombing run starting to go out, not really landing. Does clear up some Forsaken Traps. That's about it. And this is a pretty vulnerable tier 3 Stormgate that we could see Theory put a rather small amount of units into if he wants to. This is not a fight that he wants to take. Way to hold this army back so that mass area of effect abilities can really start to be effective. As now Atlas tries to go get jumped on top, and he's going to get picked up running away. More bombing runs, and the evac got to be careful. Does have to run as the system shock is going to be there, and this army is going to get effective Atlas shots. Extremely effective Atlas shots is on the bottom side. Look, Magnon's moving in. Not a ton of damage versus everything. These are not light. They're anti-light now, but they are very good in the stun. Is now okay. Hurricanes getting taken down. Mass Shadow Flyer attack, but on the north side, these Atlases, Stormgates for the second time, gonna get started. And these are ones that one would assume.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
No Promethean engine just yet from Albino. But these are ones that you would assume, these are going to be Theories. These are going to be Albino. Hedgehogs are going to start to arrive, but that's some bad pathing. That really is not what you're looking for. All these Vulcans on the bottom side, Vincent Vanguard. Well, that's a lot of friendly fire there. Albino truly does not care about his teammate Theory. He's going to give his life for the cause, taking down all these Vulcans. Welcome back, friends. We have a game soon. Not just yet, but coming up soon enough as the bans are happening. There we go. Evergreen will be map 1. TVT Massive Fights are just so brutal. Just massive armies clashing. Yeah, it's cinematic. It's good. It is hard when you have the incarnate spores going over everything, and the bombing runs, and the Atlases, and everything else. It is becomes very difficult. Creative Elvis, just thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really do appreciate it. Talking about what combinations are good, I really do think Vanguard Celestial, you get up to tier 2. You actually really, you only need tier 1, but you get all these mechanical units. You nano swarm them. You could do some really spicy stuff. All right, I need to go and scrim scripts. All right. There we go. All right. Moving into game number 1 of this next best of 3 in the round of 8. Oh, yeah, that's right. You do need tier 2 for Nano Swarm. But you get Medtex at tier 1. Anyways, you get up to tier 2, you mass heal everything. You get up, like, you get this overlapping Navi Nano Swarm idea, which takes a little bit to get to. Sounds very strong. We're going to move into game number 1 of this series. Here we go. Wait. Start the recording button. There we go. Here we are, game number 1 of our next best of 3 on Evergreen. The bottom left is Aftermath, Albino, and Theory. On the right side of the map, in the warm colors, it's Matt and Rept, going by the name of Don't Gank My Lane. Come on, bro, don't gank my lane. Yeah, medtechs need barracks in the bio lab, but to get Nano Swarm, you do need to move up to tier 2, which is a little bit unfortunate. Slurp glurp for the old. I live in Texas. None of that is legal, and even if it was, I want to do things in the future that require me to not do that. So, I don't have a solid answer for you, friend, but glad you're living your best life. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you can infernal resurgence. You can hellspawn resurgence allied units. So hellspawn, like instantly getting helicarriers out is really strong. Actually, I totally forgot that was a thing. That was in the patch notes, but it's, oh man, it's funny. Slurp glurp. Every time I'm live, I put a YouTube video, but you can see my face. And I was like, wow, Beo's so high. And I'm like, guys, I'm not. At all. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Today is our highest CCU since the community update went live. We actually beat the high of the day. That's awesome. Love to see that. We got a couple scanners out early. I am so glad they made these tier 1. Originally, it was I forget exactly what the tech path was, but it was hard to get to scanners. They were delayed a little bit. It's like, no, like get them out early. They're really useful, but you don't want to spend production time on them in the mid game as much. So giving access to these scanners early on, just post up in trees, it was a really good move. And by the way, tag, if this is something that Rept decides to research and get up to, tag is really strong. Minus 50 armor on a tagged unit. I can't remember if that's on everyone or just the unit that the scanner's attacking. But also the ability to stun tagged units once you get the second upgrade. A couple scanners in your army are actually really effective. We saw in the show match that I did about 2 weeks ago. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was HYY. Was going and putting a couple scanners outside of the Stormgate to get to and research tags so we could go and stun units and contest the Stormgate in that way. It was really cool. He had 40 seconds production in 2 seconds or something. Like, yeah, it's significant as this attack's going to move in. By the way, we did see it was a Soul Forge from the first Stormgate, just giving it that many more brutes as we're going to go for really just a brute force attack. But Vulcans on the high ground make that rather difficult. As this effigy, by the way, is a permanent effigy, taking advantage of the effigies that we saw Theory get dropped down a little bit earlier. And of course, with the scanner here, it's just nice to have this vision. It's not about the detection, but it is about this high ground vision, making it much easier to take the fights that might otherwise be a little bit complicated. Now, this Vulcan has to dash away just a little bit more, but we're setting up a decent surround. It's starting to get a little bit better. Soul Brand Chakrams is done. So we do have splash damage. We do have the curse being applied, and a lot of these brutes starting to go down. Nice defense from Albino in theory in the first part of this. Just really nice micro. And behind this Albino, he's got what? Not mitigative guard. It's the not that. There we go. Kinetic redirection on the way. So his lancers are going to be that much more effective soon. Theory. He's doing a pretty decent job as well here, getting up to his upgrades. Not building anything at the moment because, well, he's built a lot of stuff. He does have 3 bases properly set up here. He's got a decent army. Nah, you're fine, Slurpgirl. I just think it's funny. I'm like, I don't know exactly what it is. Part of it is that I probably had like I raccoon eyes. Part of it is that I didn't sleep the best last night because my dog decided she needed to bark for 45 minutes at 1 a.m. because she was bored in the kennel and wanted to be let out. I don't know. We let her out. She went outside, just stared at us to be let back inside. I don't know why she does these things. I wish she wouldn't. She picked up bad habits over the holidays. I'll go where I want to, not when anyone else wants me to, said the cat. Yeah, you know, cats are cats. We have one little gray cat that really loves to sit on my notebook on my desk. And that notebook just kind of, because of where it is, there's only so much space. I game on my left monitor. It's my nicer monitor.
Dimensional rifts detected.
There's a couple Seraphim getting at it. Remember, Seraphim are much more effective now. They're still primarily anti-ground, but do have some anti-air power. They were reworked pretty significantly to be this effective harassment force. And we're seeing that right here, taking down a couple servos rather quickly and then just sitting in the wellspring.
Stormgates have appeared.
But anyway, it's the problem is my notebook is just where it sits. It means the cat ends up sitting right in front of where the minimap is on my left monitor, and I don't appreciate that. So we do, of course, have the new, I forget what it's called, the new passive on Seraphim that they take half damage when they have energy, but it does take energy away from them. So like an energy shield, for lack of a better term. And it is nice to be able to go wear the energy away, but the Seraphim now are going to be forced to go back up once again. But there's a flak turret here, so this harass is not going to be quite as effective. That's the dog stuff. Is we're going to see Stormgate tier 2 right side will get claimed by Matt and Rep. It's going to be more Necrolux and Theory. You got to be careful here, friend. You don't want to go. I was saying you got to be careful on this one. I don't think you want to do that. And Theory just loses a lot of supply right as the attack goes in. But of course, Albino, it's always about the flank. He is so good at putting himself in this flanking position. And now, well, he's going to move in. Kree, for the most part, we're taken out. You got these Hornets on the high ground as well. Not a lot of anti-air here, realistically. Certainly not for the Spriggans as well. And the army continues to move forward. It's just a massacre for Theory and Albino as they get on top of everything. Attacking into this high ground position without dealing with the flank is just a disaster. So now Theory has got 100 supply. Albino 150. He'd be doing even better if he hadn't just run into the Necrolust. You know, sometimes you got to sack some army to force a fight. And with the Spriggans on top of this army as well, there is very little anti-air available. Albino, this is now Theory trying to win this game 2v1. Albino's army could be with this army. They could be working together, but they're choosing not to. Classy dog stuff. Sometimes they're like that. Remember, dog also had that phase where she just started barking every night at the same hours and had to just get her out for a while. She wouldn't stop. Yeah, Molly, my dog, by the way, her name is Molly, was very well crate trained. We'd put her in bed. She would start barking at 6 a.m. because that's when we get up on the weekday, and you know, that's her habit. But over the holidays, she started gaining this habit apparently of barking at like 1 in the morning for just whining to be let out. Doesn't need to go use the restroom. Like, if she had to go use the restroom, I'd understand it, but that's not what the problem is. She's just like, I'm bored. I want to be let outside, please. If she had her druthers, she would sleep outside every night, but I don't trust her. Attack on this high ground is not going to be the easiest thing. Not with the double Shroud Stones, which were buffed pretty significantly, by the way. In the PTR, they do more damage. They have more HP. And that's good because the Shroud Stones were like useless in the previous patch. Which coast am I? Neither. Lonzo Gaming. I'm in Texas. It is not gold, but she really likes the cold. The desire to never go back inside has started as it's gotten colder. As a big fight kicks off in the middle over this Stormgate, but it's one that Theory and Albino, they can win, and they can win the Stormgate as well. It's just not close. So Stormgate in the middle will get claimed by Albino in Theory and the army as well, and this game just looks over. Combined, what is that? Or call it 500 supply. Close enough for Albino in Theory, and far less from Matt and Raptor. They're just going to go get taken down. The mechanics here are way too strong. That fight early on, the over-aggression from Matt and Raptor just really not working out for him. And Theory and Albino behind it, doing a very nice job, developing their tech, doing everything they need to do. And that means that this game is over. Game 1 goes the way of Aftermath. Yeah, we're trying not to reward that. Gay Republican, which means that we just get to go and listen to her whine for 45 minutes before going back to sleep. Mixu is playing today. That's pretty hype. So looking at Maturino, we're still waiting on Wally and Corsair Rue to play. Fatal Star and Team 6-7 to play. I do appreciate that Team 6-7 was seeded 13th. 6 plus 7 is in fact 13. That's pretty fun. But we're gonna get game 2 getting started soon. Going to Dallas for the first time in 3 weeks. Yeah, Dallas it's a place people go to make money. It's not a great place. Not a great place to live. I'm very excited to flee once I get this PhD done and go elsewhere, but it's got some good barbecue. You know, it's got a tea shop I love. Yeah, see, like, I don't feel bad for the dog. I'm not like feeling guilty that the dog's not being let out. I just want to sleep. I don't want to be up from 1 to 1:45 listening to the dog bark. If I was good at code, I could put a bot to put both texts into one text chat. I don't want to go and like cross-contaminate Lamzo. That's actually technically against Twitch rules. And I could go and update the visual to have both. But honestly, I'm a little lazy. And part of the problem as well is you have to, on YouTube, you have to update it every time with a new code. So it's really annoying to deal with Twitch, or to deal with YouTube chat on an overlay. What was that? Do I think this game can come back? Honestly, I have no idea. Cax Gaming. It's going to be a long slog. It's going to be hard. What they need to do right now is start to make the game. I mean, this version of the game is pretty fun. It's pretty fun to watch, at least. Start to develop some grassroots support. Start to go and like start to grow the numbers up a little bit. Get the funding required to keep the thing going, and then maybe it's never going to be StarCraft 2. Not anymore. It's lost all that momentum, but if it can be sustainable, and then Stormgate 2 can come out and have a new media cycle and get people in and say, look, this is what we've turned Stormgate 1. Maybe. Gotta go experience hotel conference room for 5 days. Well, the Dallas Convention Center is not bad. That K. Bailey, Hutchison, that's where DreamHack Dallas is. Where do I want to move next? I got a lot of family on the East Coast. I'd like to be able to move back there. Plus, I want to do like when this PhD's over, I want to do silence policy work. So you got to start in DC. Even if you were able to move elsewhere afterwards, getting the start in that field is kind of DC. So we're gonna move into game 2 though and see if Matt and Rept can do something a little bit different. If we could fix the sound, that'd be really a big deal for people. Lost chance of being a huge RTS ever again, but there's a world where it becomes a popular niche game and word of mouth spreads. I'm not done just yet, Isma. I'm getting so close, but not just yet. So they've done a lot. Honestly, I think they've done all they can do on the sound because the mixing is a lot better now. They've done a lot to make the mixing a priority, and they're gonna keep tuning it, but the mixing is a lot better. But things like sounds, like the actual sounds not being great, that's not something, I don't know, I just don't know if they have the money for it. That would take re-recording sounds. A little bit of aggression coming out of Matt and Rept early on in this game number 2. Bunch of Fiends, couple Argents, and the continued rally. So that's, even if the Fiends were nerfed, they don't apply minus armor on Shroud without the upgrade, that's gonna be a Vault down. This is a problem. The Vault only just completed, and of course, when the Vault completes, you don't have a charge ready to go, so you gotta wait a little bit. This is a significant problem. It's a lot of Fiends running across the map, these Argents as well, and I think, yeah, their theory's just dead. The rush is worked out. Someone asked if, hey, do we ever see one base all-ins work in Stormgate? But yeah, we do. At least in this 2v2, at least in this game. The Mass Fiend Argent play is gonna knock Albino in theory out of this game number 2, and we move to game 3. Peter Fox reminding all y'all watching YouTube that it does help a little bit to go and hit the like button on the live video as well, not just on the VOD afterwards. I would appreciate that. I'm actually not sure how it works. I kind of multi-stream because I can. Yeah, sometimes you get Ling rushing and... someone dies if they're not ready for it. Zalrak saying Cell seems so underpowered. Game 1 was not a function of any balance. It's a function of Theory and Albino are very good and 2v2 partners in like all the new RTS games. But yeah, you're talking about sound. I don't know if there's that much more they can do. Again, if they can go and re-record and get better like actual sound design, that takes money that I don't know that they have. If you can't beat them with micro, beat them with cheese, or with macro, beat them with cheese. It works. I wish the world was better and more fleshed out. I 100% all the campaign achievements, but the story needs to hook people like Warcraft 3. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. They have Mickey Nielsen, who did a lot of the writing for the StarCraft stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, he's a New York Times bestseller. But, you know, he did a lot of the StarCraft 2 writing. And people very much clown on... I mean, man, Legacy of the Void, the story there was just not great. And in general, StarCraft 2 stories threw a lot of StarCraft 1 stuff away and just not seen as very good. So, I don't know. A static defense takes a long time to go up in Stormgate. I assume to stop tower rushes from being too potent. Wonder if we can make it. They build faster near your bases, but slower if you try to build next to your opponent's buildings. I feel like static defense structures should be something that you proactively do, not reactively do. I don't know. Anyways, we'll talk about that more as we move into game 3, Cosmic Enigma. But yeah, talking about the story, I mean, Mickey Nielsen, who is the lead writer on Stormgate, I believe was very heavily involved in all of the StarCraft 2 writing. Gonna have to go back and take a look at that, but StarCraft had really good missions and was a lot of fun, but is not known for its impeccable RTS writing. Which is a shame. So it is what it is. I like the idea. of the story, by the way, by the story of Stormgate, where you have these extra dimensional monsters, this infernal host that came in a time of prehistory and tried to take over the world and was probably fought back by the Celestials, who are their, eternal nemesis, whatever. But proto-humans experienced this and saw these things, and it's kind of like this, the ancient aliens trope, except this is where all of our gods and demons come from, our angels and demons, and now they're back. And actually, they like, as a classics nerd, I really liked that. But of course, the implementation, the way you do it, the way you tell the story is a lot more than just, hey, is there a story? So attack coming in once again, one base here from Mad and Rept, as it's triple vault, triple chamber running out of the other side of the map. But you got to remember, this time there's a ramp that y'all work on together. There is a tribute pyre on the high ground. That is some static defense, and I don't know how well this is going to work. Gremlins, of course, they were nerfed. They're not as strong, but they are something. And we're seeing another tribute pyre. Shroudstone about halfway done. I don't think this works. I really think they should show what direction they were going for with the Celestial redesign and art style. We've seen some of it, I think. The launch splash screen that has the Celestial in it. I think that's the new I think that's what they wanted to model as the Archangel. I mean, nice. Scout here is going to go check out the natural and say, yes. One prism goes and kills the Scout, but okay, you're on one base. It's fine. We're on a base and a half. 3 bases total, as Theory's been able to take his natural. So they've survived the early game chaos. There will be a natural going down because you do have this arc ship that does get to go build collection arrays, but this is a great position for the Aftermath boys. They figured out exactly what's happening, and okay, yeah, oof, that's a little surprising. They're gonna build a second. Oh, please let me go over. Oh, okay, wait, you don't have to. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's the same thing where you just build a 1 shrine in the middle of things. This is maximally efficient compared to building 2. And you just pull your workers over, and this money is going to Albino. This is not going into Theory. It is nice to have more command posts, because then you build more workers, and it takes a while to saturate as any faction. I don't think it's under my mouse. As any faction. So you got to be a little bit careful there, but otherwise, this is if you have enough workers, like you've been on one base for a while and still producing workers, even though you're super saturated. This is very efficient what we're seeing Albino do. So I really like to see that, as now the natural is done. Lancers will deal with the Fiends for the most part, and on the other side, I don't know if they. Okay, there it is. There's gonna be a Power Stone. Tier 1 Power Stone, not the most impactful. Do I think Tim is still looking for backers or just coping? I mean, those are not. So those are not exclusionary topic. Those are not. What's the word I'm looking for? That you can be coping and looking for backers. Now, Zelrax, Tim is still looking for backers. Now, it may be that we are. Yeah, there we go. Those are not mutual. They're not mutually exclusive. That being said, he is looking for backers. Maybe not to continue to develop Stormgate in a significant way, because I don't think that there's going to be anyone interested in that, but backers in at least keeping everything going as it is and developing whatever they develop next. Maybe I would not be surprised to see Stormgate or Frost Giant turns into a shadow play shop and kind of really do what Blizzard did at the start of Blizzard, where Blizzard opened their new studio. They were spending a lot of time as going and outsourcing. Outsourcing as a code shop, as we're going to see this Hellborn, Power Stone Hellborn, which is probably the most impactful thing that you can get in this early game, as we're going to move forward. But you do have these Exos. They're very strong against all of these Argents, especially with Quick Draw Hustle. They're going to start to move forward. It doesn't make them attack faster, but does make them move faster. And that does mean their kiting is better as we continue to get on top of this. Of course, Soulbrand Chakram ready to go. No effigy dropped. It looks like for now, Albino in theory, they're going to be forced back, but it doesn't really matter because Matt is not all that rich. Neither is repped, not really. So you're just looking for reasonable trades as well as possible. As that Kree's going to get taken down top side. And now, well, Exo's going to look for the flank. Any even trade is very, very good for Theory and Albino right now because they're economically just so far ahead. So Exos are going to go, thinking about taking the Stormgate. Not just ready, but it'll be ready soon. And now the Exos starting to get on top of the Hellborn. One of them will fall. Now they can take the Power Stone one down here as well. It's tanky. It's very tanky. And actually going to get a little low. Looks like it will be able to run on out of here. 560 HP is a lot. And Matt and Rep, they actually hold on here. I'm okay with Tim moving on to the next game and just leaving Stormgate to be developed by the community as long as they have the necessary resources. I'd love to see Frost Giant dedicated a little bit more towards it. But what I would think would happen here is Frost Giant gets funding to make another game is the goal. They make money off that game and they put some of the money in that they make off of that game towards continuing to improve Stormgate. And that's not just Cope me saying, oh wow, as by the way, this Stormgate looks like it's gonna be taken by Matt and Rept. At least contested. Maybe not. The Exos are here. The army is still very scary as Hellborn, the Power Stone Hellborn not on Shroud, so not healing back up. And this Hellborn just has to run the flanks really nice, especially with his Spriggans getting added in as well. I said it looked like this might be something that Matt and Rept can take, but the flank of Theory's reinforcements is doing quite a bit now. So Stormgate's going to get claimed. Hellborn will get taken down here. Spriggan's very impactful. And now you got Void Prowlers as well. So not only are they very useful attacking or harassment units, they can also go and serve as a bit of a body block and get on top of all these units. And Power Stone Hellborn's going to get taken down. Pretty much everything's going to get taken down. It's 230 supply versus 90. A little bit of cope coming out of Matt and Rep. They're doing their best, but this game is pretty much over at this point. The rallies are too good, the economy's too good, and Matt's going to say, good game, well played. And Aftermath moves on to the semifinals. Yeah, the Ranker, it's... we talk about... I feel like I talk about this every time that I... whatchamacallit? Every time we stream, but Frost Giant was built around expecting, as far as I can tell, built around getting a Series B funding round that never happened. So their scope of everything they wanted to do relied on another couple of $10 million, I don't know, $20, $30 million from Series B that never happened. So then they had to go and rapidly change scope, and they'd overhired for the money that they actually had because they were planning on getting more money, and then they were making comms mistakes, and it just wasn't good. Anyway, we're going to run ads. And when we're back, it's going to be more games. We'll see what we got right after the break. On Vision, making it much easier to take the fights that might otherwise be a little bit complicated. Now, this Vulcan has to dash away just a little bit more, but we're setting up a decent surround. It's starting to get a little bit better. Soulbrand Chakrams is done. So we do have splash damage. We do have the curse monitor. It's my nicer monitor.
Dimensional rifts detected.
There's a couple Seraphim getting added. Remember, Seraphim are much more effective now. They're still primarily anti-ground, but do have some anti-air power. They were reworked pretty significantly to be this effective harassment force. And we're seeing that right here, taking down a couple servos to right side will get claimed by Matt and Rep. It's going to be more Necrolux. And Theory, you got to be careful here, friend. You don't want to go. I was saying you got to be careful on this one. I don't think you want to do that. And Theory just loses a lot of stuff. Now, well, he's going to move in. Kree, for the most part, we're taken out. You got these Hornets on the high ground as well. Not a lot of anti-air here, realistically. Certainly not with the Spriggans as well. And the army continues to move forward. It's just a massacre for Theory and Albino as they get on top of everything, attacking into this grenade, but I don't trust her. Attack on this high ground is not going to be the easiest thing. Not with the double shroud stones, which were buffed pretty significantly, by the way. In the PTR, they do is not gold, but she really likes the cold. The desire to never go back inside has started as it's gotten colder. As a big fight kicks off in the middle over this Stormgate, but it's one that Theory and Albino, they can win, and they can win the Stormgate as well. It's just not close. So Stormgate in the middle will get claimed. Mechanics here are way too strong. That fight early on, the over-aggression from Matt and Reps, just really not working out for him. And Theory and Albino behind it, doing a very nice job, developing their tech, doing everything they need to do. And that means that this game is over. Game 1 goes the way of Aftermath. A little bit of an aggression coming out of Matt and Rept early on in this game. Number 2, bunch of Fiends, couple Argents, and the continued rally. So that's, even if the Fiends were nerfed, they don't apply minus armor on Shroud without the upgrade. Rush has worked out. Someone asked if, hey, do we ever see one base all-ins work in Stormgate? But yeah, we do. At least in this 2v2, at least in this game. The Mass Fiend Argent play is going to knock Albino in Theory out of this game number 2, and we move to game 3, the other side of the map. But you got to remember, this time there's a ramp that y'all work on together. There is a Tribute Pyre on the high ground that is some static defense, and I don't know how well this is going to work. Gremlins, of course, they were nerfed. They're not as strong, but they are something. And we're seeing another Tribute Pyre. Shroudstone about halfway done. I don't know. It's any faction, so you got to be a little bit careful there. But otherwise, this is if you have enough workers, like you've been on one base for a while and still producing workers, even though you're super saturated. This is very efficient what we're seeing Albino do. So I really like to see that as now the natural is done. Lancers will deal with the Fiends, but you do have these Exos. They're very strong against all of these Argents, especially with Quick Draw Hustle. They're going to start to move forward. Doesn't make them attack faster, but does make them move faster, and that does mean their kiting is better as we continue to get on top of this. Of course, Soulbrand Chakram ready to go. No effigy dropped for Theory and Albino right now because they're economically just so far ahead. So Exos are going to go, thinking about taking the Stormgate. Not just ready, but it'll be ready soon. And now the Exos start to get on top of the Hellborn. One of them will fall. Now they can take the Power Stone one down here as well. It's tanky. It's very tanky. And actually going to get a little low. Looks like it will last it for, maybe not. The Exos are here. The army is still very scary as Hellborn, the Power Stone Hellborn, not on Shroud, so not healing back up. And this Hellborn just has to run the flanks really nice, especially with his Spriggans getting added in as well. I said it looked like this might be something that Matt and Raps can take, but the flank of Theory. Power Stone Hellborn's going to get taken down. Pretty much everything's going to get taken down. It's 230 supply versus 90. A little bit of cope coming out of Matt and Rap. They're doing their best, but this game is pretty much over at this point. The rallies are too good. Bigger on vision, making it much easier to take the fights that might otherwise be a little bit complicated. Now, this Vulcan has to dash away just a little bit more, but we're setting up a decent surround. It's starting to get a little bit better. Soulbrand Chakrams is done. So we do have splash damage. We do have the curse monitor. It's my nicer monitor.
Dimensional rifts detected.
There's a couple Seraphim getting added. Remember, Seraphim are much more effective now. They're still primarily anti-ground, but do have some anti-air power. They were reworked pretty significantly to be this effective harassment force. And we're seeing that right here, taking down a couple servos to right side will get claimed by Matt and Rep. It's going to be more Necrolux and Theory. You got to be careful here, friend. You don't want to go. I was saying you got to be careful on this one. I don't think you want to do that. And Theory just loses a lot of stuff. Now, well, he's going to move in. Kree, for the most part, we're taken out. You got these Hornets on the high ground as well. Not a lot of anti-air here, realistically. Certainly not for the Spriggans as well. And the army continues to move forward. It's just a massacre for Theory and Albino as they get on top of everything, attacking into this high night, but I don't trust her. Attack on this high ground is not going to be the easiest thing. Not with the double shroud stones, which were buffed pretty significantly, by the way. In the PTR, they do is not gold, but she really likes the cold. The desire to never go back inside has started as it's gotten colder. As a big fight kicks off in the middle over this Stormgate, but it's one that Theory and Albino, they can win, and they can win the Stormgate as well. It's just not close. So Stormgate in the middle will get claimed. Mechanics here are way too strong. That fight early on, the over-aggression from Matt and Rept just really not working out for him, and Theory and Albino behind it doing a very nice job developing their tech, doing everything they need to do, and that means that this game is over. Game 1 goes the way of Aftermath. A little bit of an aggression coming out of Matt and Rept early on in this game number 2. Bunch of Fiends, couple Argents, and the continued rally. So that's, even if the Fiends were nerfed, they don't apply minus armor on Shroud without the upgrade. Rush has worked out. Someone asked if, hey, do we ever see one base all-ins work in Stormgate? But yeah, we do. At least in this 2v2, at least in this game. The Mass Fiend Argent play is gonna knock Albino in Theory out of this game number 2, and we move to game 3, the other side of the map. But you got to remember, this time there's a ramp that y'all work on together. There is a Tribute Pyre on the high ground that is some static defense, and I don't know how well this is going to work. Gremlins, of course, they were nerfed. They're not as strong, but they are something. And we're seeing another Tribute Pyre. Shroudstone about halfway done. I don't know. It's any faction, so you got to be a little bit careful there. But otherwise, this is if you have enough workers, like you've been on one base for a while, it's still producing workers. Even though you're super saturated, this is very efficient what we're seeing Albino do. So I really like to see that as now the natural is done. Lancers will deal with the Fiend, but you do have these Exos. They're very strong. Welcome back, friends. Sorry, it took us a second. We had to go and get the picks and bans figured out. Evergreen will be map 1 once again as we move into our semifinals. Yeah, it's the bad press is not great. The community got small enough after how bad early access was. Man, what an unforced, I made a whole video about this, but man, what an unforced error. They had to go into early access. That much is true. They had loans that all of a sudden they were gonna have to make much bigger payments on if they didn't go to early access. So they had to do that. But the way they did it, and they shot themselves in the foot. Main issue with StarCraft 2 storytelling is they were always the good guy, half for Risen Throne. Is just one evil villain fighting another evil villain for power. All right. We're going. We have Game Friend and Game Comrade, which I believe is JXP. Moving to this best of 5. Evergreen is map 1. Frozen Throne, we are one evil villain fighting another evil villain for power. How many levels did we play Arthas? Let me play at the different sides. Yeah, one thing we... what's the word? Something is hard. There were like early 2010s. We started to see this move towards like very nuanced stories. You weren't just gonna have, good guy good, bad guy bad. Lots more. I really enjoyed that. Love to see that in my games. Anyways, we have a best of 5 to go and talk about. Let's get started into this one as we're ready to go. Bottom left side of the map in the cool colors. It's Albino and Theory together. Their Aftermath. Top side of the map in the red. It's gonna be Game Friend. It's gonna be Game Comrade, otherwise known as JXP. And together, they're level up. They're gonna have to level up because Albino and Theory, even in games where they have been roundly punished in the early game, they've been looking rather good. Making sure that at least one of Albino and Theory are massive as the game goes later and later into the game and getting themselves up to tier 2, tier 3 tech. But the thing that I'm really interested to see here, because I think this could be really good, is if as Celestials, you go play mechanical focus. You don't go into your biological units for the most part. You play mech on the side of Albino. You go into hedgehogs, you get med techs, and you just build this, you ball. That's gonna be very difficult to kill, especially once the Na'vi come out. The concept of a couple Archangels with Na'vi behind them and med techs behind them just seems so good. Now, of course, you're gonna have to fight together. It's not gonna be free, but that seems really good. Of course, we've seen some of the things that you can do on the side of Albino in theory. You can go in Hellspawn Resurgence to get Hurricanes out very quickly. You can just play with all the debuffs and buffs going together. It can be really nice as well. I do think the Celestial Infernal, or the Celestial Vanguard, does have some potential. Albino in theory was too much for us. Yeah, but Isma, that series was pretty good. It went late. I very much enjoyed it.
Rifts detected. Stormgates will activate soon.
All right, so main base here, natural on the way. Third base, very quick for Theories. It does seem they're very interested in kind of playing this greedier style on some of these maps, especially in a game where they can just split the Stormgates. North side, yep, that's going to go for Game Friend and JXP. Totally fine. Don't really have to contest this too much, but it does mean as well that they should be able to, Albino in theory, should be able to take the bottom one or the middle of the one and go and secure. So you trade 1 for 1, that's going to be fine. Now, Game Friend and JXP, they're going to go over here very quickly, but not quite enough to get damage done on the Stormgate before it starts to go over. So first Stormgate will get claimed, but the problem is now is they're just going to bodyguard this. And with the favorite here, whatever comes out of this Stormgate is going to just get one-tapped. So there's not something where you can go and like Stormcaller immediately, Necrolesk immediately. They're going to choose, I couldn't even click on it in time. It was something. Probably a Power Stone. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It was claimed anyways. And now this attack on the right side, Tribute Pyre's not ready to go. Neither is the Shroud Stone. Theory very slow on this one. You would have thought, given the positioning, he would have built a Shroud Stone on this third base, but instead gonna get forced to cancel it off. And we do have this army here of Albino and Theory, but there's no Soul, actually, sorry, Soulbrand Chakrams are done. So we are starting to see the curse get applied, and that by itself is a very nice thing. It makes this defense, well, you're gonna play on Shroud, it makes it much easier. So the Shroud, the curse is gonna go and do a very nice job of forcing all of this back, and Albino in theory just take a very nice fight early on. Now, of course, you gotta be careful. There's still a lot of Argents. They do have healing. They do a decent amount of damage, but Albino's gonna go. He's gonna have his Vulcans up to power very soon. Already has them on the way, adding an Exos as well. And well, what is Jay going for? Do you have some Starforges done? Of course, on the side of Game Friend, not Game Comrade, but Game Friend. Oh, absolutely, post the match Reno. Thank you, Butters, man. If you want to go support this tournament, there are 28 free codes where all you got to do is to log into Matcherino, hit !Matcherino. Actually, Buttersman's already done that, but if you're on YouTube, !Matcherino, click the button, hit the claim code button once you've logged in. That's it. It's free. Would be a great observer aid if the name of the picked reward popped up somewhere. Yeah, kind of like the old Gameheart, or not old Gameheart, but kind of like Gameheart does with dead workers and other things, upgrades being done, just a fly in on the right side. That'd be fantastic. I would assume that if things got to where they would have liked it to be, that would have been added into the observer mode eventually. It's just not here yet. So for now, this high ground position is not something that we can properly attack into. Even with the med tech, even with the nanoswarm, the defensive nanoswarm and all these Argents, which is nice, especially now that the Arc Stations here at Floating Forward does have access to Purify, as we're trying to get this more aggressive position forward on the map with Sabers as well, and I think that's gonna force us back. This Vulcan does have to dash away, and Theory and Albino have to back up once again, but I think they might have secured position on the Stormgate. Navia Star, thank you for the 100 bits.
A Stormgate has appeared. Enemy
Absolutely. Support Beo for casting. Actually, you don't have to. Support the players. But I do appreciate when y'all decide to do. As Game Friend is going to have Heaven Step ready to go. More Sabers on the way as well. So we're seeing a lot of tech development here. Army on the right side, this is not a base. We're on 4 bases for Albino. Going up to 5 bases for Theory. What are we on? 1... 4 bases for Game Friend, 4 bases for JXP. So the macro's here. 7 minutes in. There's a little tangling and Sky Hunters. Is that to stun up? Is that to stun the Arc Station? Was there just nothing better? Is this prepping for the late game? I don't know. Sometimes Sky Hunters are really good, like if your opponent goes Crazy Hornet or something. And I guess this is just for the Sentinels from JXP. Yeah, that's not bad. You go, you take down the JXP Sentinels. They don't get their stuns off. They don't get the bubbles down, and then you're good. Can you stun the Arc Station? Are they resilient? No, they don't have a resilient tag, so they can be. I don't know if structures can be stunned though. But now this attack moving in with the Faerun and the Sabers and everything else. It's a big attack moving up to this high ground once again. In theory, this is his greater shrine. It's moving on to Elder. It's so important that you hold on to this position. But already, Gamefriend and JXP, they're moving forward. Purify on down, so impactful. Making sure that this Necrotic Hexfield's not that useful, making sure that all the Argents have power. Second Purify goes down, but even still, these Vulcans are doing so much here. Skyhorn as well, just trying to add a little bit more damage onto the Sentinels as the Crane move forward. And even though this attack was a little bit, it was good positioning, you thought, from JXP and Gamefriend. They're going to get forced back once again. Attacking into this position has really been the Achilles heel of Gamefriend and JXP. Now this attack moving forward. Got a couple vectors. Bonus damage versus light is always going to be very nice as they move forward. They're very fast even without upgrades, but with that haste spot. Haste spot dispersal plus vectors are very fast indeed. Seems like we're gonna back up for the time being. I'm sorry you're not feeling great in a VS Star. Hello, Vettel. Hope you're doing well. Seems like this attack on the right side, this base is gonna get taken out though, as Theory and Albino not quite in position to defend it. The imps have been pulled away, but with the power of these sabers, and by the way, these imps, they've been pulled away, but they've been found out. They're gonna go get taken down, but it's gonna be a bit of a base trade because Albino Theory on the north side with at least Theory's army. I guess Albino's is playing a little bit more defensively at home, but Theory getting very aggressive here, attacking onto this topside base. Doesn't seem like he's super comfortable in going too much further because the flank possibility is always very scary. So he's gonna have to run a little bit about. Okay, there's gonna Vulcans dash in, but they're gonna have to back out here. That's a lot of saber damage. The Hex Field goes down from Theory, zoning left side, and on the bubbles on these helicarriers, they cannot fight into this army. Nano Swarm going, or Nano Bubble going down as well. So this area very difficult to get effective damage in. JXP just blanketing the ground with these nano bubbles. 75% less damage, but they're just kiting through them, so they're not really all that effective here. And these nano bubbles, well, they're actually doing a decent job for Albino. They're effectively force fields, making it a little bit more difficult for Gamefriend and JXP to properly bring their army to bear. So not quite giving them the fight that they would have liked. And now we're going to start to move forward. This is a very slow Arc Station, and it's going to go get taken down. It's not the Arc Fortress. We're not at that level of tech just yet, but Arc Station very slow as we're going to see the stasis bubble go down. Nano Swar or Nano Bubble on the low ground. English is hard. This will zone the Stormgate for the time being. Only one on the tier 3 Stormgate timing. A lot of sabers here ready to go. And with these nano bubbles, the bombing run just doesn't do anything. It just really doesn't. So tier 3 Stormgate, though, not going to get claimed just yet. Just a little bit too spooky. Meanwhile, Theory right side being very effective here on the run by with all the Spriggans and the Gaunts and everything else. So they're going to be able to go take down a collection array, but there is an Arc ship here. So it's going to get started back up again fairly quickly, but this means that Albino has free range top side. I don't think he's going to claim it. Doesn't seem like he has quite enough damage there, but at least denies it from his opponent. Now the bombing runs. Nope, not going to go off. Only one of them, and the nano bubble goes down as well. So these helicarriers are not able to fight, just stuck in the stasis in the sky. And you got to run, but you can't fight into these nano bubbles. Jay has been so effective with these nano bubbles, but now Theory, right side, the moment that Jay goes and tries to punish this, Theory's so effective here on the right side. He's got a dragon out as well. This Sky Fleet, this harassing army, making life very, very difficult for Game Friend and JXP, and that's how they've started to pull ahead. Even with these vectors doing what they can do, they're not super. They don't have their tier 3 upgrade. They're not super effective. This attack on the right side, even with the nano bubbles, Albino is just bullying JXP, and Theory is just bullying Game Friend. That's the story. But now, maybe getting on top of me. Okay, that's a Dark Prophecy and a half. Is it enough, though? I don't think so. That was a fantastic Dark Prophecy, but it's not quite enough. A lot of these units get low, very few of them not. As I say that, that's about 50 supply going down very quickly. Now the Spriggans on top of all the Sabers. They're going to get taken down. Finally, they've been countered, and Albino north side bombing runs go down once again. This army that Game Friend and JXP have built was meant to play together, but when you force it to fight separately, Albino and Theory just do way too much. So they take game number 1. Oh, it goes both ways. It can hurt your own army sometimes. This is true, storyteller Dave. Carnifex. I have not seen a single Carnifex get built, by the way. I mean, Vettel, it's just, you got to do what you got to do. Stormgate, especially if your stream career is playing games versus casting games, if there's no one to play, there's no point. When did Bubble start reducing bombing run damage? For a while now, WWD. I'm pretty sure it's always done that. Hey, Jugger13, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. But yeah, like Rushy, Nate, myself, a lot of people, we wanted Stormgate to succeed as much as it could. It is what it is, and I'm just enjoying what we got, especially these 2v2 games. They're pretty fun. All right, Game Friend has asked for a bit of a water break, but then he's going to be right back. What has me excited? Miasma, for example, wasn't since it's a debuff, not direct damage. Yeah, I would not. Well, that's how it works, right? It's projectiles, ranged attacks that the nano bubble reduces. So I would never expect it to, or Dark Prophecy, Dark Prophecy Hexfield, would never expect it to reduce the damage on those. I would expect it to reduce damage on Bombing Run. I would reduce it all ranged attacks, things like that, because those are ranged attacks. A Bombing Run is a ranged attack. It's dropping bombs from up above. So that does not seem inconsistent to me whatsoever. Hey, Captain Newbie. Cosmic Enigma is game number 2. Albino and Theory up a game in this series. Here we go. Navia Star with the Prime. Oh, wait. Just turned their Prime, their gifted sub into a tier 1. Thank you, and Banana Tea. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. Captain Newbie saying, I'm enjoying Stormgate, success or fail. All that matters is that I and others. Yeah, that's where I am. It's like, the game's fun, or if I'm enjoying the game, I'm gonna play the game. If I'm enjoying casting the game, I'm gonna cast the game. Very simple. There's no counterplay aside from dodging AoE spells. Yeah, System Shock is a decent counter to AoE spells because you get out of them faster. Other counterplay is, well, good positioning, but that's true of like every AoE spell since the dawn of time. You know, Storm, you just got to pre-split or split after the fact. You know, I was kind of hoping that Microbial Shroud would be a anti-spell damage thing. You could go sit in Microbial Shroud and have Storms take less damage, but, you know. I know EMP is, well, EMP is kind of a thing, Isma. The Animus channel, I forget what it's called, the basic ability of Animancers does remove energy. So I've seen that once. People don't play around with it for the most part because you don't really have drop ships for... There's a bit of aggression here, by the way, coming out of Albino in theory. Triple Vault, double barracks as they run across the map. But what I was going to say was I've seen it be effective once or twice. It's just hard for Celestials because they don't have a drop ship. But you can definitely go, and I've seen this be very effective, excuse me, where you put a couple Animancers. It was on Weavers in this game, and they just sucked all the energy out of the Weavers, so they were just not all that useful. Now, the first brute has gone down because Prisms do a surprising amount of damage, but that's just the first attack here. That's just the scouting attack. Here's the real one. More brutes starting to rally across the map as Theory and Albino, they have learned from the cheese of Isma and Senegal. Isma and Ruskov. But, of course, with the Grace Light node and the Energizer node, this is a nice little healing combination. Of course, the heal over time gets countered by taking any damage, but even the burst heal is rather nice here. So, brutes continue to fall down as Lancer runs away, but now the Grace Light node is out of energy. So, you do have that one going for yourself, even as these Argents starting to get taken down a little bit more. It looks like this attack is not really going to be all that effective. The rush distance just a little bit too long, maybe.
Stormgates have appeared.
Stormgate's very rare to kill the caster before it gets the spells off. I kind of liked it when Hexen were channel cast. So not like they were just kind of channeling the entire time. But I kind of like it when Hexen work like Forsaken Traps, where I don't know. I feel like it would be really nice to have Necrotic Hexfield get cast like Forsaken Traps, where there's a channel to get it going, and then once it's up, it's up.
Enemy forces have begun
Because that would give you some counterplay to stun it. I've used Animancers to counter mass medtechs. That's fun, Captain Newbie. I like that.
begun to secure a Stormgate.
You can use invisible Animancers. That is true, Captain Newbie. Although invisible Animancers are now the tier 3 upgrade to Animancers, not the tier 2. So that is a little bit awkward. When you had the Shroud, whatever it was called on tier 2, then you could play around them with that. But really, you want both, and Dark Prophecy, one would argue, you want a little bit more than you want anything else. So it makes sense, but you do kind of lose out on some playmaking power. Have a good night, Vettel. Sorry, when I say tier 2, I don't mean, when I say tier 3, I don't mean, this is poor communication on my part, I don't mean requiring Arc Fortress. I mean the second upgrade. So I should be more clear on that one. The Mastery upgrade. Anyway, big attack here coming in with the favor. And of course, the Stormgate on the right side was claimed, but nothing was popped out of it. So whatever did pop out ended up getting taken down. And now Theory and Albino, a bit of an awkward spot here because remember, they went one base on this. This was triple vault out of Theory, and they were not able to make the kill happen. So now Theory is at 31 supply. Albino's supply is okay. But Theory is in a very awkward spot. Doesn't really have a lot going for himself. Yeah, Mastery 2 wasn't a bad phrase, maybe. It was... No, it was always tier 2. It just required 2 upgrades. Anyways, now we're going to see the Exos move out on the map. They do have quick fire hustle, or quick draw hustle, but this is just, it is a matter of supply. This is more stuff beating less stuff, especially with kinetic redirect going, so these Lancers are very quick indeed. This is very much on whether Albino, whether his micro is going to be good enough, with Theory just serving as this meat shield in front, whether the Exos can kill enough here. And I'm just, even though Exos, they've been buffed a little bit, 16 versus the Argents, 16 versus the Lancers, it's just a matter of whether there's enough here, and that's not an easy question to answer, although the Faerun is mostly out of energy, so the healing not as impactful as it might otherwise be. Is now have a step forward onto the Argents, trying to get these Exos down, but they're not going to kill him just yet. And the stutter step from Albino is solid. But again, 77 plus 30 versus 84 plus 94 is a very, very different story. And now the second Stormgate on the way. Theory's not dead, but he's not alive. Oh, I didn't realize that there was Adept and Master training in Warcraft WWD. Saying the Snowplay engine didn't develop what they said it would. It did not develop it. It hasn't delivered on everything they said it was going to do 215p. There's no ability to join, replay, or like join games in progress and observe them and things like that. No mass observing. But Snowplay by itself is so clutch. Oh, by the way, we got Carniveks on the way. Hell yeah. What are these guys? Carniveks being created, being added in, which were reworked, and I forget exactly how they were changed, but 400 HP, 30 damage, 40 versus heavy. You got the Pounce. They don't have Shikari Venom anymore, but they have 50% lifesteal. So they are very tanky. It's not just about that, it's about how units move do 215p. A lot of that's animations. Couple of these Void Prowlers jump in, trying to get some damage done, but you would think, well, I say you'd think they'd be able to kill him. Apparently not. Lifesteal and a cone swipe every 3 attacks. No upgrades though. So it's really good frontline units is the story apparently. They're not alligators, they're cats. They don't look like alligators to me, but anyways, where are we now? Theory 66 supply. He's just in such a bad spot. Not even fully saturated on 3 bases. At least Albino kind of is. I guess they're much the same, but now this is a game where we're on 5 bases for Game Friend, for JXP. He's got helicarriers on the way, Prometheum and Prometheum engines as well, and adding a bunch of scouts in with their. Do they have upgrades just yet? Yep, we do. Rundown Beryllium Claws. So additional 5 damage, additional plus 10 damage versus light. They have a slow when they attack. These scouts actually are very, if you're just trying to play the kite game, these scouts are very effective now. We're gonna see what we can, how this is gonna work out. Now the Carniveks, they can pounce forward, but not gonna quite find contact. We've seen some significant comebacks from Albino. Bombing runs not really gonna land. Good target fire on some of the bombers as they try to move forward. Where's that? It's still a decent position. Helicarrier or Hurricanes now starting to get added in for Albino. I'm almost just not even paying attention to what Theory has because he's only on like tier 1 tech. He's adding in a blood tree. That's done now. Maybe we can make something happen. That one as bombing run moves in. Bit of a hitch there, but I don't think it got all that much as the stasis go down on these Carniveks as well. Trying to find the back line a little bit. Some of the Carniveks will be left to die. Good target fire there, but oh, the prophecies are starting to cause some levels of problems on the back line. But the Concave is really good. The Concave is incredible for Albino in Theory. And the prophecies, they're going to kite back against them for the time being. Bombing runs look like they're maybe not available. And this is actually maybe, but these Exos are starting to get a little bit lower. Healing not quite good enough. Theory, though, just trying to hold the line as much as possible. As now the stasis traps go down, but the prophecy zones out very nicely. And it looks like despite how good this concave was, it was really good for Theory and Albino. I think Theory's just too far behind. You're fighting 2 versus 1. The bombing runs, they're just coating everything. And it just feels like there's too much. This is a game of wallet as much as it is a game of micro or macro or anything else. This is just a game where, well, I guess macro is wallet, but Albino can't solo win this. And JXP is nearly maxed out. His army's massive. Game Friend's not particularly small either. And they're trying really hard, but it's not going to be enough. Theory and Albino, they're going to be forced to tap out here relatively soon as this game is just about over. Does anyone know, does Pounce still slow? I'm actually not sure. Bomber runs go down once again. This game's over, though. This is Theory and Albino trying desperately to make some sort of comeback happen. Taking a page out of Emma Serrano's book and How Long You Wait. But 194 and 36 versus 200 supply and 300 supply. Yeah, it's not enough. Theory's going to be forced to tap out. And that is it. Game 2 goes the way of Game Comrade and Game Friend. And we move on. Guys, I got a present for you. Where's the dog cam? Look at this cute dog. She has come to hang out with me, and that means that we get cute dog. All right. Looks like the other semifinals is going to get kicking off here right now. Wally versus Stylu's successors. We are tied up 1 apiece, waiting for, there we go, there's Lobby. Game 3. Life is really good right now. Outside of the fact that the dog woke me up at 1 in the morning for like 45 minutes. But I got engaged over the holidays. I have a very cute dog sitting in my office hanging out with me. I finally got some good data over the break for my PhD, so that's going well too. Got some casting gigs lined up for Dota. Stormgate is doing some cool stuff. It's a good year. Well, personally, we're not talking about the geopolitical state of the world. That's for a different stream. Yes, dude, 250. I did not get engaged with my dog. That's a little weird. Please tell the dog I say bork, 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 bork. Will do, Frank. Yeah, see, my cat does not want to play Stormgate with me. She wants to go and sit right in front of the minimap so I can't see what's happening, which is just even worse. We're gonna move into game 3. It's Albino, and it's Aftermath. It's level up. Here we go. Left side of the map in the cool colors, it's Aftermath. Right side of the map in the warm colors, it's level up. As we move on to Desolate Temple, which is not a map that I've seen. I like the tiling here. Ooh, that's very nice. So we got Vision Towers on the map, which some map makers have been starting to experiment, but like the feathered tile, oh, that looks really nice. Healing Camp, Healing Shrine, Wellspring, very far north of the map here, and then one a little bit closer. Gotta be careful here. This could be an aggressive potential if you decide to opt for. Kind of go do the good old Lancer thing. You move them in, they live in a Wellspring, you back out again. Am I suggesting that the cool colors are more cool? Yes, I am. And I'm tired of pretending I'm not. No. That's a hiccup. No, I don't really care. But the cool colors, the warm colors, you know. I think in Immortal, in Gates of Fire, they call them the Fire and Ice team. Man, it's talking about other RTS games. I think Gates of Fire does have some promise. It's just taken them way too long to get there, and now they're talking about how they're running out of money. Man, I hope they're able to get more funding. They'll be participating in the, what is it, the Games Next? Games of the Future or something showcase happening soon. So make sure to go support them as well. They're doing some cool stuff. I like some of their ideas. Even if I think they bit off a little bit more than they could chew from we're a bunch of modders that wants to make a new RTS and not having the software kind of baseline level of experience to be able to iterate as quickly as possible. I don't know. But I am with you, Isma. I really do. The teal, especially on the Infernals, it looks really good. Like kind of Pacific Northwest type of vibe. The scanner's like, please don't hurt me. Unfortunately, scouts are detectors with their popper sense. But scanner's gonna go and 4 HP finds its way into a tree. Scout can't kill it, but it knows it's there. Is Stormgate's north side, 12 o'clock and call it 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock position. Yeah, that was the problem. Early test. If you kickstarted it, they pretty much had to go back and like rebuild the engine from scratch. And it's better now, but they lost so much time doing that. I'm so flattered that the dog has decided to join me in my office. Generally, she just likes to hang out on the cool tile or on the couch because it's comfy, but she has come to the dog bed. And it's just like, she's very cute. And I could be casting this game of Stormgate, but I am more distracted by the dog. As this attack on the middle, doing a very nice job dealing with the fact that, okay, Stormgates were claimed, at least one of them were. But that does also mean that there's just this straight attack path through the middle with these Argents and these Lancers, and that is a problem. Although, when you get the Faerun back into it, the little additional healing should allow Albino, in theory, to fight this back. We're going to have to see. Now, the Lancers are going to start to arrive. Faerun here as well, a little bit more healing. And the Soul Brand will be done soon, but it's not done just yet. So they're going to be forced back for now, and really just trying to get a lot of gaunts out, I think. Get the bouncing damage up, get the Soul Brand up as you add Vulcans in as well. And now with Soul Brand here, this high ground position, this ramp, I don't think it's really something that's going to be, really going to be something that's too pushable. I stationed up from Washington for a few years, and even though I have no desire to go back, I have to admit the Pacific Northwest is a vibe. We have a dog barking. Molly! Hi. Yes, there are people outside, but like, can we stop? Can we stop barking in the microphone? That'd be really nice. Okay, can we do that? That apparently the answer is no. Is the dog bark coming through my microphone? I really hope it's not. Question: Stormgate, Immortal, Gates of Pyro, Zero Space. Ideally, all of them, but for my money, I have enjoyed Stormgate more. What about the Scout Ring? That's kind of cool. It's a much smaller idea. It's not asymmetric. It does. Unfortunately, the gate opens up, but she stopped barking now. She's now on the couch in my office, staring at me with these big hangdog eyes, saying, "Please let me bark." Yeah, that was very insightful. Comments from the pooch. And if only we spoke dog. Anyways, while we were distracted by dog, well, I was distracted by dog. Some trees getting taken down here. Looks like Reaper Rush on the way. We're filling tech trees out a little bit. Very even game. Effective pressure from Game Friend and JXP, sure, but it was held back well enough. The Stormgate was claimed, and that was that. Dog understood that it was a crucial moment of the game. It's all happening now. Molly's actually my play-by-play. I've got her in training. I just have to do the analyst stuff, and the dog goes bark, 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 kitty bark, bark, bark. And that means the Argents move forward, looking for whatever damage they can find, getting right on top of all the Gaunts, taking them down. Yeah, Molly's a great play-by-play. She does a really good job. Stormgate bottom side will get claimed by Albino in theory. Top side going to Game Friend and JXPs. We're going to see what exactly they want. Don't know. All right. Ooh, a Dark Throne. These were once super overpowered because not only would you get a base for free for like the next 2 minutes or so, I forget exactly what it was, you would get much faster charge production. So they were very, it's still good. Especially because you get an arc ship if you're a Celestial. That's really nice, actually. As a Celestial, you get an arc ship, which is more than one mining base. Realistically, because you go in every 2 minutes, you just get to create a creation chamber. So Celestial, probably the ideal Dark Throne recipient, is the scanner. Is going to get taken down. Oh, okay. Another scanner, though. Okay. Not going to deal with that one for the time being. Is what did we get? We got Necrolusks. For Albino in theory is this base, bottom side. It's double Luminite, single Therium. It's rather effective. Now, what I will say is I am really surprised is we've been seeing more and more of these 2v2s. We're seeing a lot of these big death balls, like 4, what do we have? 4 hurricanes coming out at a time. That's very impactful, or that's a lot. But we're not seeing a lot of evac play. We're not seeing Harbinger play. No dropship stuff. No, just very little harass, which I think surprises me. You would think playing 2v2 there'd be more room for that, but it appears that there's actually a little bit less. Say no scan energy. Well, Vanguard and Infernals don't have a scan, but they do have some detectors. Unfortunately, just no detectors in this army. There is a Harbinger now, but this is going to be, I think, for Necrolusc drops. You can fit 2 of them in there, and you can go and get them behind the army. And ideally, you don't want them to, you don't want to aim move them, because they're just going to, it's like the old Baneling idea, except even more problematic. They're just going to explode in the first unit they contact. It's not great. Ideally, you just want to move command them into the center of the army, or if you want to be really cool and get me really excited, you seismic slam them down into the middle of the army with the Harbinger, and that's really fun. As the Scree's going to go get taken down, not going to go and really be able to claim the Vision Tower for the time being. Arc ship or Arc Station moving forward for the Purify. That's a good, oh, that's a good prophecy. That took down a lot of the Spriggans, or at least a lot of damage from the Spriggans right in the very beginning. Seems like the animation on that Carnifex pounce was a little bit bugged. It's fine, as we got to back up. Meanwhile, top side of the map here, a couple Lancers doing what they can, but this army of Albino waiting in the wings, looking for the flank, but doesn't have a good flanking angle. The trees are causing problems. Dark Prophecy on top of this entire army, favoring trying to heal what it can, but this army of Albino very zoned by the prophecies. And the theory, losing a lot of his supply all of a sudden, lost a lot of these Spriggans. And if you look at Albino, he's got 200 supply, but he cannot bring it to bear. This is not the fight they were looking for. He was waiting in the wings for the flank and just not able to find it. So now, a level up onto this base of theory that he's been working on for a while. What do we have tech-wise? I'm not quite sure. Elder is done. Don't know if there is anything. Don't know if the Dragon on it. We're going to take a look. For now, bottom side, there's not enough anti-air. 5 Hurricanes versus 2, a couple Exos, but it's just not aggressive. Sure, aggressive nanoswarms as well, but it's just not enough. And on the bottoms, well, really on the ground as well, all these Sabers, these Animancers, these Argents, it's all about dealing with the reinforcement lines. That's kind of what Theory and Albino are working on right now, and it's effective. Bombing run's gonna have to go down, though. Good bombing run. As these Hurricanes return to hangar, get the hell on out of here, and especially with their Prometheum engine, they're pretty fast. They're gonna be forced back home as Albino, you would think he would try to chase this a little bit, but unfortunately Theory's just kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. These prophecies again causing so much problems. So many problems, and Theory's gonna have to back out. I think he's gonna lose this base, this double Illuminite base on the bottom side of the map as well. It's a very important mining situation for him, but I don't really know if he's gonna be able to hold on to it. He just does not have a lot of stuff. These Dark Prophecy potentials, the chokes are there. Bombing run goes down, doesn't really hit all that much. Spriggans are gonna try to get on top, and there we go. That's gonna be one dead Hurricane. That's a nice start. But unfortunately, there's just more, and now you got the Nanoswarm healing as well, aggressively and defensively applied, but not really enough. A couple Shadow Flyers make contact. But, man, these Dark Prophecies, they're zoning Albino out. Albino's not been able to properly bring his army to bear. It's 300 supply, nearly maxed out. He's got Sentinels, he's got Vulcans, he's got these Helicarriers. But the geometry of the map is just how slow he is in these fights. It's just not giving him the opportunity. Shadow Flyers thinking about going in, not just yet, trying to get on top. Oh, that's very nice. 2 Helicarriers fall down, and more Shadow Flyers trying to get. Yep, that's going to be a second one. Bombing run goes down, and now the Sky Fleet of Albino, he's maxed out. This is a big army. He's going to be able to go take the Arc Station down, continuing forward here, taking out the Animancers. Finally, he's got an army. And it looks like Theory, his entire job is to build anti-air, but the Na'vi are here. Don't know what kind of upgrades they have, but the bombing run in the choke is going to cause some problems in the Na'vi. I don't think they're properly on tier 3 just yet, so they don't give this infinite HP channeling in an area that makes it so hard to kill anything. They're good at anti-heavy flying it. They do decent damage versus heavy. Oh God, those bombing runs are good. You know, they do decent damage versus these heavy flyers. And Albino, he's starting to run forward by himself. He's got this great big air army. Na'vi are going to start to move in. Big damage being applied. Forget actually what that does. That's the Na'vi mastery. I think as well, it's after a delay, it does significant damage, kind of like a good old Hunter, or a good old, what were they? Not Hunter Seeker missiles. Na'vi been reworked recently. I don't remember the name of their upgrades just yet. Regardless, bombing runs go down. They're going to be mostly dodged by Albino and Theory. Now the Hornets, they're going to go in, getting on top of a lot of these Helicarriers. They do a lot of damage, especially when the Spriggans join as well with these Na'vi. A little bit more nukes go in. They're not going to quite make contact, though. And the healing is good, so base in the middle of the map, that's going to get taken down. These Stormgates, ripe for the taking if it's something that Albino and Theory want to go for, but they understand that they're kind of on a timing right now. They don't want to go give their opponent time to get back into this game. You could go get the Stormgate. That would be very nice. It looks like these Hornets might try, but it's all about really removing the opportunity for Game Friend and GXP to come back into this game. So you're taking the bases out. You're trading as much as possible. Like we can see these Hornets, they don't really do a lot of damage versus ground. It's 6 damage. They're trying, but you got to cut through 6,000 HP to take these Stormgates down, and that's just not it. I expected a Bork for the Dog Co-Commentator after that. Unfortunately, Molly left the building. She's now back on the tile. So we've lost the Dog Co-Commentator. Okay. Whew, there we go. Power Stones on a couple of these Hurricanes. 1,300 HP, near enough. They do a lot. But now the Hurricanes are going to move in. That's going to be one for free. Bombing run goes down onto the ground, taking down the healing as many of these med techs as possible. And now, if you can take down these Power Stone Helicarriers, that's very impactful to do. But now, okay, you can see the Na'vi attacks. Go for it. Take down a lot of these Hurricanes. That's a problem. Na'vi flank comes in as well. They need to get targeted down here. They're such impactful spellcasters. But don't know that they're going to be able to make that happen for the time being. This army has to back up. Theory, 200 supply. Albino, not maxed out for the time being. Not just yet. 5 Helicarriers on at a time. This middle map base is going to get taken down. Theory was not part of this fight. Don't know what he was doing. Maybe securing the Stormgate, but not part of this fight. And we're in these late game scenarios. You do have to bring both armies. If you're going to make these big moves, it has to be the entire army together. Now more of the Na'vi bombs are going to go down, taking down these Helicarriers. Bombing run. Oh my God. These bombing runs and the chokes are so good. Now the deep one as well, trying to go take everything down. The choke is so good with all the Shadow Flyers This is massive, and yes, there are some prophecies on the ground doing a lot, especially with Survivor Protocol giving these Echoes a second lease of life, but even still, that was massive. That was so big for Aftermath, as the last of the Hurricanes is going to get taken down as well, and I think we might, these Na'Vi are fast. Don't know if they're going to be able to get to take everything down for the time being, but Archangels added in as well, which they've been worked and reworked. I don't quite remember how they work right now. I think a lot of their cool new toys were removed. They're back to where they were, like early access-ish with different numbers. But this is a solid late game we're looking at right now. Albino, in theory, back against the ropes, able to make a comeback happen, trading backwards and forwards. Albino, this late game death ball is so strong. In theory, he's on Shadowflyer Spurgin duty. Any debuffs he can find, but his job is just to support this army, make it soften up the rest of the army so that the Hurricanes, everything else can go to town. Graven as well, I think I see a couple of those in the armies. We're gonna see this army cut out a little bit here. X's, of course, they do have Survival Protocol. They do come back to life the once. But this Stormgate in the middle of the map will get claimed by Albino in theory. For the Na'Vi, more bombs go down. Only one of them lands though, and the Stormgate, that's gonna get claimed. Stormcaller straight to this army would go so hard if you're able to pull it off, but no stuns really available easily. What are we gonna do? Okay, there we go. We're just gonna go and Power Stone some Hurricanes. That does seem to be like the best possible opportunity. Just make these helicarrier or make these Hurricanes that much stronger. And in the middle of the map, once again, we're gonna see the command post go up. Albino, he's got money. He's gonna effectively give money to Theory, say, hey, send your imps here. I'll build the base, just get your money, get yourself back into this game. And it seems like the Stormgate on the north side is just too far away from anything else. So they're just not gonna go for it. As this harass on the bottom side, one random Archangel in Avatar form, doing a lot here, but with this Friggin', it's gonna get slowed down. This deep one though, very powerful anti-air, anti-ground, 250 damage versus heavy, which Na'Vi are heavy. It's so impactful, so important to keep this thing alive that it might even be worth losing the base. The base on the bottom side will get taken down. Looking for some bombing runs. Here goes down, but most of this army's in the sky. That's the problem. This Archangel Moosword does have Avatar form. Radiant Mantle as well, taking such little damage, but the army of Albino joins forward. We can see how tanky this army is with the Radiant Mantle, with the Sovereign's with hallowed ground, reducing the damage on the ground as well, but it doesn't seem to matter. Even with all that, this massive air army of Albino causing so many problems. And if you lose all of these Na'Vi, they don't build particularly quickly. You got to get the energy up on them. They're so important. And it looks like that will be the tap out in what was an incredible game number 3. Aftermath go up 2-1 in this best of 5. Atlases really pop off in these huge engagements. We saw that in a previous game. Couple Atlases on the high ground from Albino did giga work. That game was super back and forth. For my BO5, need to run ads. All right, so we got to run some ads because I've run out of snoozes. We'll be back in 3 minutes with game number 4. And go and secure. So you trade 1 for 1. That's going to be fine. Now, GameFriend and JXP, they're going to go over here very quickly, but not quite enough to get damage done on the Stormgate before it starts to go over. So first Stormgate will get claimed, but the problem is now is they're just going to bodyguard this. And with the on the right side, Tribute Pyre's not ready to go. Neither is the Shroud Stone. Theory very slow on this one. You would have thought, given the positioning, he would have built a Shroud Stone on this third base, but instead going to get forced to cancel it off. And we do have this army here of Albino and Theory, but there's no Soul. There's no, actually, sorry, Soulbrain Chakrams are done. So you're going to play on Shroud. It makes it much easier. So the Shroud, the Curse is going to go and do a very nice job of forcing all of this back. And Albino in theory just take a very nice fight early on. Now, of course, you got to be careful. There's still a lot of Argents. They do have healing. They do a decent amount of damage, but Albino's going to go even with the Nanoswarm, or the defensive Nanoswarm and all these Argents, which is nice, especially now that the Arc Station's here. It's floating forward, does have access to Purify, as we're trying to get this more aggressive position forward on the map with Sabers as well, and I think that's going to force us back. This Vulcan does have to dash away, and so impactful, making sure that this Necrotic Hexfield's not that useful, making sure that all the Argents have power. Second Purify goes down, but even still, these Vulcans are doing so much here. Skyhorn as well, just trying to add a little bit more damage onto the Sentinels as the Crane move forward, and even though this attack was a lot, it's going to be a bit of a base trade because Albino Theory onto the north side with at least Theory's army. I guess Albino's is playing a little bit more defensively at home, but Theory getting very aggressive here, attacking onto this topside base. Doesn't seem like he's super comfortable and going too much. They're just kiting through them, so they're not really all that effective here. And these nano bubbles, well, they're actually doing a decent job for Albino. They're effectively force fields, making it a little bit more difficult for Gamefriend and JXP to properly bring their army to bear. So not quite giving them the fight. This will zone the Stormgate for the time being. Only one on the tier 3 Stormgate timing. A lot of Sabers here ready to go. And with these nano bubbles, the bombing run just doesn't do anything. It just really doesn't. So tier 3 Stormgate, though, not going to get claimed. Take down a collection array, but there is an arc ship here. So it's going to get started back up again fairly quickly. But this means that Albino has free range top side. I don't think he's going to claim it. Doesn't seem like he has quite enough damage there, but at least denies it from his opponent. Now the bombing runs, nope, not gonna go off. Only one of them, and the nano bubble goes down as well. So not able to fight, just stuck in the stasis in the sky. And you gotta run, but you can't fight into these nano bubbles. Jay has been so effective with these nano bubbles, but now Theory, right side, the moment that Jay goes and tries to punish this, Theory so effective here on the right side. He's got a dragon out as well, this Sky Fleet. They don't have their tier 3 upgrade. They're not super effective. This attack on the right side, even with the nano bubbles, Albino is just bullying JXP, and Theory is just bullying Gamefriend. That's the story, but now, maybe getting on top of me. Okay, that's a Dark Prophet. Welcome back, friends. We have game number 4 on the way. It looks like someone just added a decent, like $10 to the Matcherino. Thank you so much. Ryder, we do have a couple codes still remaining. Let me see how many. There are 18 codes remaining. There are more than 18 people in chat. So go ! Matcherino. It's a free code. And did we see someone? Josh Martinez adding $30 to the prize pool. Thank you so much, my guy. We're going to move into game number 4 here. Albino in Theory. Aftermath up 2 games to 1. Ecodome map number 4. This is a map that is very good for aggressive play, at least from what I've seen, because you're just a little bit more separated. You can go and really lean into one player versus the other. We saw a rather effective triple creation chamber, triple vault play from Isma and was that from? Yeah, it was from Isma. No, it wasn't. It was from someone else. Anyway, it worked great against the Aftermath boys. It knocked out Theory, and then you can't play this 2 versus 1. But we're not going to see that from Theory and Albino in this game. Theory just going for just a straight shrine first into a conclave, very standard, and we're going to see a barracks expand coming out of Albino most likely. Unfortunately, this is not a map that has a nice, efficient central spot, so you can't go and put down one command post or one town hall and have both people mine from it. So you do have to build 2. You don't have that nice, efficiency play that we do have on some maps. But even still, we're going to see this natural come out from Albino soon enough, one would assume. For now, he's just got a scout. It's being annoying. Scouts don't do a lot of damage, but they can do enough. Barracks is still complete anyways, as this was a command post first out of JXP. So a little bit of greed on both sides. I don't know. Yeah, there we go. So command post is on the way. So just, again, very, very standard, very macro-focused openers from both players. And I think that's fair. The late game that we saw in Game 3 was fantastic. Back and forth the entire game. Very much felt like something anyone could win. And then eventually Albino and Theory were able to clutch it out. I saw someone in the YouTube comments talking about how, man, Celestial late game is so weak. I hope they buff them, at least high-tech race. I disagree. I really don't think that is true. Now, in 1v1, maybe it's a different story. I haven't yet a chance to see it or play it. But I looked at those Na'vi, and they seemed very impactful. Sovereign's Decree doing these 300 damage bursts onto the Hurricanes and revealing them for a while. Very effective. Talking about cheese, we are getting cheese out of Theory and Albino in this game, and that is Theory being extremely greedy. This is eco cheese. He's got 4 shrines up at the 3-minute mark. And there's a chance that this gets punished really hard because he's not going to have a lot of units. The scanner's kind of scouting around trying to see what's up. And he's going to see, yeah, not a lot of production here. Not really. No tech, so it's gotta be some economy. And what this means is the scanner goes and does 1 damage every 1 second. Yeah, give it 85 seconds and it will eventually kill a unit. It's gonna be fine. But because this Stormgate's here and this Stormgate is here, because Theory has been so greedy, he's not gonna have a lot of units, which means they cannot contest trade Stormgates all that easily, which means that it's gonna be a double Stormgate attack into a 4-shrine Infernal whose friend is very far away. So you say anyone could win, but I guess that Cool Colors would win 5 minutes into the match. Just a random guess, though. I do think that Albino and Theory are a better team than Game Friend and JXP from my experience of playing against them, watching them over the course of Stormgate's development. I do think this is a problem, though. This Fair and Creeping Horror attack when there's like nothing for Theory and nothing for Albino, and they have been so greedy. Now, if they're able to hold this even with minimal losses, they just win the game. And you know there is Soulbrand Chakrams, and that's rather impactful even with the healing. So maybe they do hold this. Maybe this is just the right amount of greed. Sonic85, 10 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much, my guy. I hope you're doing well. I guess 5 minutes into the game that they win, not that they'd win in 5. No, I get what you're saying, but yeah, I at that point, 5 minutes into the last game, had Theory been brought back, had Theory been yeeted back into the Stone Age yet, or had he been? I can't remember. The other semifinals being played at the same time. They wait. Other semifinals is being played right now as this attack. Well, if you can't break the right side, you can break the left side. This army just working together, getting on top of the Vulcan, but it's not dead just yet. Nice positioning, but I'm not sure how much that matters. The Vulcan's gonna get taken down, and now Albino left out to dry. It's all on Theory trying to defend him, and we see the defend tags. Albino's like, please help me. But unfortunately, the effigy not off cooldown just yet, so no curse being applied. And now with the Heaven Step getting out of here, just doing a very nice job kiting away from where the Shroud is. And that means this production's getting taken down. Vulcan has to dash backwards, and this army, I mean, Game Friend's at 100 supply, although realistically, when we look at these supply, that often can lie. Vanguard or Celestial supply is often a little bit inflated compared to what we would expect it to be. Or expect it to mean, I guess. And it looks like they're actually going to be able to force this back for the time being. It's a lot of gaunts. No Reaper Rush available. But we are starting to see some med techs getting added in, which can keep the gaunts alive. More and more Vulcans getting added. And it does seem that, well, Albino's not in the best spot. They're holding on. Mixed HYY is up 1-0 on Kim and Mac. So likely it'll be Mixed HYY versus the winner of this series in the finals. Mixed and HYY are very good. Although apparently Kim Mack they've been doing a lot of 2v2 and they got some cool strats. This is a problem though, I think. All the gaunts on the low ground, they're gonna have to run, maybe take this fight. They're gonna get on top. Okay, diving on top of the Exos is a good start, but there's no shroud, so they're not cursing. They're not building that just nice bit of a bulwark, this body block, this meat shield of fiends, of phantoms that you really want. So they have to kite away. Theory loses a decent amount of, I mean, look at the supply. Game Friend is 150 supply. And we have Carnivax on the field now. So these very tanky units. It's not just this game where it used to be, it's like, well, okay, you know, they're there, but it's just a lot of chamber units. Who cares? Carnivax are good. As far as I can tell, they're very beefy. And now in this awkward situation where Vulcan's left side, you can get surrounded here. JXP and Game Friend, they're at very real risk of just getting full 360 surrounded. So we're gonna have to see how that's gonna work. Spriggans are out on the map. North side here, a lot of Vulcans. They're fully wound up. Yes, there's Purify, but who the hell cares? Actually, no, we do care a little bit because it's removing some of the nanoswarms. Gaunt's getting taken down as well as we're just seeing the power of these Carnivax and the lifesteal that they have. They're just so tanky, but even still, they're getting tight. You know what? It doesn't matter. The Purify doesn't matter at all. The flank here, the full 360 surround from Albino in Theory. This was a massive overstep from JXP and Game Friend. Way too overcommitted, and now we're fully stacked up on Biting Saliva, so this is a very slow Arc Station that's going to get taken down. No Purifies available. And now Theory's on his 5th base. Albino's getting up to his. The supplies are good. Yes, there's Dark Prophecy. Fantastic upgrades coming out from Game Friend, but I'm not sure how much it's going to matter because now the bases are going to start to get taken down. And Albino and Theory are very good. And notice here, look at what he's doing. He's just making sure to stun these Carnivexes, making sure they don't go and get their lifesteal off. Albino and Theory, when you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They are so good at taking this momentum and turning it into a win, whereas we've seen Game Friend and JXP, they take momentum and they build small leads, but then they don't do quite enough with it. So now the Vulcans, or excuse me, the Hornets are gonna get taken down. Shadow Flyers, Spriggans, very impactful against this ground army, and this game's just over. This was looking very dire. I thought it was gonna be very dire for Aftermath, but they're just gonna win anyways. Now on the other side of the map, there's very little that Game Friend and JXP can do, and it's going to be a 3-1 victory for the side of Aftermath as they move on to the finals. Very well played. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Think Theory and Albino are borrowed time. Yeah, maybe. They borrowed the win. Game launched, early access. It is technically launched, Anska, but we are looking at PTR stuff, and the launch was not where it needed to be. So they're still working on it. Yeah. Two Vulcans slap. Any Vector play in 2v2? Yeah, we saw them in earlier games in this series, Captain Newbie. We're going to go to a bit of a break. This is Aftermath level up semis. 2v2.mp4. Going to break. I believe game 3 is happening for the other semis. So we're going to be back, I think, with the finals maybe. We'll see very soon. And go and secure. So you trade 1 for 1. That's going to be fine. Now, Game Friend and JXP, they're going to go over here very quickly, but not quite enough to get damage done on the Stormgate before it starts to go over. So first Stormgate will get claimed, but the problem is now is they're just going to bodyguard this. And with the fail on the right side, Tribute Pyre's not ready to go. Neither is the Shroud Stone. Theory very slow on this one. You would have thought, given the positioning, he would have built a Shroud Stone on this 3rd base, but instead going to get forced to cancel it off. And we do have this army here of Albino and Theory, but there's no Soul, actually, sorry, Soulbrand Chakrams are done. So you're going to play on Shroud. It makes it much easier. So the Shroud, the Curse is going to go and do a very nice job of forcing all of this back. And Albino in theory just take a very nice fight early on. Now, of course, you got to be careful. There's still a lot of Argents. They do have healing. They do a decent amount of damage, but Albino's going to go even with the Nanoswarm, the defensive Nanoswarm and all these Argents, which is nice, especially now that the Arc Station's here. It's floating forward, does have access to Purify, as we're trying to get this more aggressive position forward on the map with Sabers as well, and I think that's going to force us back. This Vulcan does have to dash away, and so impactful, making sure that this Necrotic Hexfield is not that useful, making sure that all the Argents have power. A second Purify goes down, but even still, these Vulcans are doing so much here. Skyhorn as well, just trying to add a little bit more damage onto the Sentinels as the Crane move forward, and even though this attack was a lot, it's going to be a bit of a base trade because Albino Theory on the north side, with at least Theory's army. I guess Albino's is playing a little bit more defensively at home, but Theory getting very aggressive here, attacking onto this topside base. Doesn't seem like he's super comfortable and going too much. They're just kiting through them, so they're not really all that effective here. And these nano bubbles, well, they're actually doing a decent job for Albino. They're effectively force fields, making it a little bit more difficult for Gamefriend and JXP to properly bring their army to bear. So not quite giving them the fight. This will zone the Stormgate for the time being. Only one on the tier 3 Stormgate timing. A lot of Sabers here ready to go. And with these nano bubbles, the bombing run just doesn't do anything. It just really doesn't. So tier 3 Stormgate, though, not going to get claimed. Take down a collection array, but there is an arc ship here. So it's going to get started back up again fairly quickly, but this means that Albino has free range top side. I don't think he's going to claim it. Doesn't seem like he has quite enough damage there, but at least denies it from his opponent. Now the bombing runs, nope, not going to go off. Only one of them, and the nano bubble goes down as well. So not able to fight, just stuck in the stasis in the sky. And you got to run, but you can't fight into these nano bubbles. Jay's been so effective with these nano bubbles, but now Theory, right side, the moment that Jay goes and tries to punish this, Theory so effective here on the right side. He's got a dragon out as well, this Sky Fleet. They don't have their tier 3 upgrade. They're not super effective. This attack on the right side, even with the nano bubbles, Albino is just bullying JXP and Theory is just bullying Gamefriend. That's the story, but now maybe getting on top of me. Okay, that's a Dark Prophecy and a half. Is it enough though? I don't think so. They're going to get taken down. Finally, they've been countered, and Albino north side, bombing runs go down once again. This army that Gamefriend and JXP have built was meant to play together, but when you force it to fight separately, Albino and Theory just do way too much. So they take game number 1. But now the Grace Light Node is out of energy, so you do have that one going for yourself, even as these Argents starting to get taken down a little bit more. It looks like this attack is not really going to be all that effective. The rush distance just a little bit too long, maybe. No, it was always tier 2. It just required 2 upgrades. Anyways, now we're going to see the Exos move out on the map. They do have quick fire hustle, or quick draw hustle, but this is just, this is a matter of supply. This is more stuff beating less stuff, especially with kinetic redirect going, so these Lancers are very quick indeed. This is very much as the stasis go down on these Carnivex as well, trying to find the back line a little bit. Some of the Carnivex will be left to die. Good target fire there, but the prophecies are starting to cause some levels of problems on the back line. But the Concave is really good. The Concave is incredible for Albino in Theory, and the problem, but 194 and 36 versus 200 supply and 300 supply. Yeah, it's not enough. Theory's gonna be forced to tap out, and that is it. Game 2 goes the way of Game Comrade and Gamefriend, and we move on. Although when you get the Faerun back into it, the little additional healing should allow Albino in Theory to fight this back. We're gonna have to see. Now the Lancers are gonna start to arrive. Faerun here as well, a little bit more healing, and the Soul Brand will be done soon, but it's not done just yet. So forced back for now, and really just trying to get a lot of Gaunts out, I think. Get the bouncing damage up, get the Soul Brand up as you add Vulcans in as well. And now with Soul Brand here, this high ground position, this ramp, I don't think it's really something that's going to be, really going to be something that's too pushable. With the Harbinger, and that's really fun. As the Spree's going to go get taken down, not going to go and really be able to claim the Vision Tower for the time being Arc Ship or Arc Station moving forward for the Purify. That's a good prophecy. That took down a lot of Hurricanes versus 2, a couple Exos, but it's just not aggressive. Sure, aggressive Nano Swarms as well, but it's just not enough. And on the bottoms, well, really on the ground as well, all these Sabers, these Animancers, these Argents, it's all about dealing with the reinforcement lines. That's kind of what Theory and Albino are up, and there we go. That's going to be 1 dead Hurricane. That's a nice start. But unfortunately, there's just more, and now you got the Nano Swarm healing as well, aggressively and defensively applied, but not really enough. A couple Shadow Flyers make contact. But, man, these Dark Prophecies, they're zoning, trying to get on top. Oh, that's very nice. 2 Helicarriers fall down, and more Shadow Flyers trying to get. Yep, that's going to be a second. 1 bombing run goes down, and now the Sky Fleet of Albino, he's maxed out. This is a big army. He's going to be able to go take the Arc Station by Albino in theory. Is now the Hornets, they're going to go in, getting on top of a lot of these Helicarriers. They do a lot of damage, especially with the Spriggans join as well with these Na'vi. A little bit more nukes going. They're not going to quite make contact, though. And the healing is good, so base in the middle of the map, that's going to get taken down. These Stormgates, right, take down these Power Stone Helicarriers. That's very impactful to do, but now, okay. You can see the Na'vi attacks. Go for it. Take down a lot of these Hurricanes. That's a problem. Na'vi flank comes in as well. They need to get targeted down here. They're such impactful spellcasters. But don't know that they're going to be able to make that happen for the time being. It's now more of the Na'vi bombs are going to go down, taking down these Helicarriers. Bombing run. Oh my God. These bombing runs and the chokes are so good. Now the deep one as well, trying to go take everything down. The choke is so good with all the Shadow Flyers. Still, that was massive. That was so big for Aftermath, as the last of the Hurricanes is going to get taken down as well. And I think we might, these Na'vi are fast. Don't know if they're going to be able to get to take everything down for the time being, but Archangels added in as well, which down. Graven as well. I think I see a couple of those in the armies. We're going to see this army cut out a little bit here. X's, of course, they do have survival protocol. They do come back to life the once. But this Stormgate in the middle of the map will get claimed by Albino in theory. As this harass on the bottom side, 1 random Archangel in Avatar form, doing a lot here, but with the Spriggan, it's gonna get slowed down. This deep one though, very powerful anti-air, anti-ground, 250 damage versus heavy, which Na'vi are heavy. It's so impactful, so important to keep this thing alive that it might even be worth losing to base. With the Radiant Mantle, with the Sovereign's, hallowed ground, reducing the damage on the ground as well, but it doesn't seem to matter. Even with all that, this massive air army of Albino causing so many problems, and if you lose all of these Na'vi, they don't have problems, and if you lose all of these Na'vi, they don't build particularly quickly. You gotta get the energy up on them. They're so important, and it looks like that will be the tap out in what was an incredible game number 3. Aftermath go up 2-1 in this best of 5. You know, there is Soulbrand Chakrams, and that's rather impactful, even with the healing. So maybe they do hold this. Maybe this is just the right amount of greed. Sonic85, 10 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much, my guy. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, other semifinals is being played right now as this attack. Well, if you can't break the right side, you can break the left side. This army just working together, getting on top of the Vulcan, but it's not dead just yet. Nice positioning, but I'm not sure how much that matters. The Vulcan's gonna get taken down, and now Albino Pentags. Albino's like, please help me. But unfortunately, the effigy not off cooldown just yet. So no curse being applied. And now with the Heaven Step getting out of here, just doing a very nice job kiting away from where the Shroud is. And that means this production's getting taken down. Vulcan hated compared to what we would expect it to be. Or expect it to mean, I guess. And it looks like they're actually going to be able to force this back for the time being. It's a lot of gaunts, no Reaper Rush available. But we are starting to see some med techs getting added in, which can keep the gaunts alive. More and more Vulcans getting added. And it maybe take this fight. They're going to get on top. Okay, diving on top of the Exos is a good start, but there's no Shroud, so they're not cursing. They're not building that just nice bit of a bulwark, this body block, this meat shield of Fiends, of Phantoms that you really want. So They have to kite away. Theory loses a decent amount. I mean, look at the supply. Game Friend is 100. A lot of Vulcan. They're fully wound up. Yes, there's Purify, but who the hell cares? Actually, no, we do care a little bit because it's removing some of the Nanoswarms. Gaunt's getting taken down as well as we're just seeing the power of these Carnifex and the lifesteal that they have. They're just so tanky, but even still, they're getting tight. You know what? It doesn't matter. The Purify doesn't matter at all. The Flexi Surround from Albino in Theory. This was a massive overstep from JXP and Game Friend. Way too overcommitted, and now we're fully stacked up on Biting Saliva, so this is a very slow arc station that's going to get taken. The supplies are good. Yes, there's Dark Prophecy. Fantastic upgrades coming out from Game Friend, but I'm not sure how much it's going to matter because now the bases are going to start to get taken down. And Albino and Theory are very good. And notice here, look at what he's doing. He's just making sure to stun these cards. Now on the other side of the map, there's very little that Game Friend and JXP can do. And it's going to be a 3-1 victory for the side of Aftermath as they move on to the finals. Very well played. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. And go and secure. So you trade 1 for 1. That's going to be fine. Now, Game Friend and JXP, they're going to go over here very quickly, but not quite enough to get damage done on the Stormgate before it starts to go over. So first Stormgate will get claimed, but the problem is now is they're just going to bodyguard this. And with the fail on the right side, Tribute Pyre's not ready to go. Neither is the Shroud Stone. Theory very slow on this one. You would have thought, given the positioning, you would have built a Shroud Stone on this third base, but instead going to get forced to cancel it off. And we do have this army here of Albino and Theory, but there's no Soul, actually, sorry, Soulbrand Chakrams are done. So we're going to play on Shroud. It makes it much easier. So the Shroud, the Curse is going to go and do a very nice job of forcing all of this back. And Albino and Theory just take a very nice fight early on. Now, of course, you got to be careful. There's still a lot of Argents. They do have healing. They do a decent amount of damage, but Albino's going to go even with the Nanoswarm, the defensive Nanoswarm and all these Argents, which is nice, especially now that the Arc Station's here. It's floating forward, does have access to Purify, as we're trying to get this more aggressive position forward on the map with Sabers as well. And I think that's going to force us back. This Vulcan does have to dash away, and so impactful, making sure that this Necrotic Hexfield's not that useful, making sure that all the Argents have power. Second Purify goes down, but even still, these Vulcans are doing so much here. Skyhorn as well, just trying to add a little bit more damage onto the Sentinels as the Crane move forward. And even though this attack was a lot, it's going to be a bit of a base trade because Albino Theory on the north side, with at least Theory's army. I guess Albino's is playing a little bit more defensively at home, but Theory getting very aggressive here, attacking onto this topside base. Doesn't seem like he's super comfortable and going too much. They're just kiting through them, so they're not really all that effective here. And these nano bubbles, well, they're actually doing a decent job for Albino. They're effectively force fields, making it a little bit more difficult for Game Friend and JXP to properly bring their army to bear. So not quite giving. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry for the delay, guys. We do have another game going on, but there's a little bit of controversy because Mixu is playing in the semifinals, but he was already also knocked out round 1 and then subbed into HYYST. And we're trying to figure out what happened because, like, clearly, if you get knocked out of a tournament, you should not be a valid sub. You know, if I go play with someone and I lose, but another team has someone lose the internet, I shouldn't be able to go play for that team too. That's not how that should work. However, the TO said it was okay, so saying, well, we just throw all this out, that also doesn't work out. So it looks like I don't know what we're gonna do here. Yeah, there was no rule set, so it was just on TO judgment. So we're trying to figure out what makes sense here. But it makes your team get less money and more money goes third and fourth. The problem is, like, Mixu's team knocked out other teams. So Mixu started playing with Wally in the first round after whatever Mixu's initial team was. I don't know if it's Dragon Apps or whatever. Whatever Mixu's team was, I believe it was Dragon Apps. Maybe it was Two Brain. I don't know who it was. But anyway, after Mixu's team got knocked out, Mixu went and played from round 1 on Wally. Knocked out Corsair Rude. They gave him a one map victory. So it's like, well, do you have to let King Bros back in? I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay, so we're not redoing the semis. Semis aren't over yet, right? Isn't it? All right. We're still trying to figure this out. I don't know what's happening. This is unfortunately what happens sometimes when you go and you say, we're going to run a 2v2 tournament, but you kind of come in with the understanding of like a 1v1 rule set. And then it's like, oh, this is awkward. How do we deal with this? So what happened? What's the drama? MSRM, Mixu got knocked out in round 1. Wallace had some internet issues, could not show up, failed to show up, whatever. HYI said, can I find a sub? TO said, yes, you can. That sub that was found was Mixu, who had already been knocked out. So that screws with the seeding. Because Mixu and HYY is a very strong team. A, it screws with the seeding. B, it gives Mixu 2 chances at winning the tournament when everyone else only has 1. Is Puppy still in the room? Puppy is not. I can give you a shot in the hallway though, Everest. Oh wait. You gonna focus? I don't know if you can see the puppy. She's on the cool tile. What if we did a redo of the entire top portion of the bracket with Wallace and have it be based on what is speed things up and make it fair? That's really funny. I'm glad you could see the dog, Everest. She's a very cute dog. Are all the other contestants okay with a Mixu sub? No, they are not. That's the problem, Captain Newbie. It's a 4 fun tournament. It's also not just, it's a $500 tournament. And yeah, $500 matters a little bit less because it is 2v2, not 1v1. But it's 500 bucks. that is not insignificant. Like this is a problem. What is sub? It's when you replace someone, Impactor. So you substitute. I don't know if you're asking what does sub mean, but if you are, it's when you substitute someone, you replace someone. Yeah. All right, the game is starting. I don't know who's playing in this. HYY and Mixu versus Kim and Mac. Okay. Best of 5. I don't know what's happening, but we're going. Yeah, this is yeah, we got there has to, I was not TOing for this, I just cast it, but there has to be a rule set for 2v2. I just steal U-Thermal's 2v2 rule set from StarCraft 2. Anyways, we're gonna move into game 4. It's Hell's Haven. Something's been figured out. The game is being played. I think there's still drama in the sidelines as it happens. Welcome into game 4. Don't know quite what's happening here. It's Vanguard Celestial on Kim and Mac, who've made a decent run. HYY says, sorry for being a little messy. Kim says, not your fault. You did everything right. And really, this is not on HYY or even on Mixu. You know, I saw people throw the word cheating, or it's not cheating. If the TO says you can do something and you go there, like say, hey, is this valid? And the TO says, yes, it's valid. It's just a bad rule set is the problem. But yeah, Kim and Mac are solid. Apparently they've been grinding. They've been practicing a lot of 2v2. They've been figuring this stuff out. So we'll see what happens. All right, so it looks like what's going to happen here is that Wallace is going to be playing the finals, but we're rounding if they make the finals, which there's no guarantee. Kim and Mac could win this. It could be Kim and Mac in the finals versus the Aftermath squad. But if that is the case, a selection, random selection icon on the ground? Huh. I guess that's technically where your base is supposed to be, but it's off center. I don't know what that is. Anyways, if Kim and Mac win, then a lot of these problems are moot. It's still a little bit of a problem, but not as if HYY and Mixu win, HYY is going to play in the finals. Wallace is going to play with HYY. Nah, it's all good, Isma. I've taken a lot of Latin. I've taken a lot of Spanish. I could kind of figure out what was happening. Wait, is Kim 11? HYY is the one that chose Mixu. Yes. However, he said he reached out to 5 people. Mixu was the first one responded. He asked the tournament organizer, is it okay? And they said yes. So HYY, that's not HYY's fault that a bad ruling was made. Oh, Kim 11. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, kid's 11? That's awesome. When you need to find a partner really fast and instant. I mean, that's the reality of team games, Ivories. Like, you have to go, and if someone doesn't show up, someone doesn't show up, and you're just, it's not a good situation for you, but it's just the way it is, you know. It was a bad ruling. It was called out too late. People realized it was hard to see because there are no player names on the team names. Why are people scared of Mixu? Mixu has been like the best Stormgate player in a lot of patches for, I don't know how much he's playing now, probably little, but he has been the best Stormgate player for a bit. As we're gonna see the Carnifex out very early, by far the fastest I've seen them on the in this game or in this tournament. It's kind of cool. 400 HP. They do have this pounce available. They move in. They do splash damage. They're very tanky. And as we can see here, I mean, they're just, it's 40 damage versus heavy. They do very good against all of these Argents as well, moving in, hiding back, getting shot down a little bit, unfortunately. But you can see that they seem pretty effective. I don't know if he has won more tournaments than anyone else been in. I don't have the count on that, but he's won a lot of them. He's won a lot of them. He's been very, very good at really, as Celestials, as Vanguard, he plays both. He's very good at both. So first Stormgate will be claimed. It's gonna be a Shadow Mark, which doesn't seem to be super high priority, which is crazy because especially in 2v2, if you can go and get it built in the right spot, you can massively amp up your production speed of a lot of structures. Scan goes down. Just not quite see the Shadow Mark going in, but anyways, the Shadow Mark is, there we go, on 6 barracks and a command post. That is very impactful. That's a lot of X's that are going to be coming out of HYY. That's a lot. Even just additional worker charges is incredibly impactful. So, Kree Carnifex is the name of the game, as we see a lot of these Carnifex getting added in. Even 30 damage, even if it's not bonus 40, right? Even 30 damage jumping into all of these Exos, splashing it around on the third attack. If you can lock him in, especially if you can go and get some Kree from the side to lock him in place, that's very very useful. So we're gonna see how this is gonna work. As for now, the high ground position is gonna get pressed in a little bit. No roll up just yet for Key. Now these Carnifex move forward, getting a decent amount of damage. Now the Kree are blowing this army up, at least for the Exo's taking a lot of damage here, and HYY and Mixer, they're just stutter stepping all through. Even so, the Carnifex are effective. They're doing a decent amount of damage. They're getting on top. You gotta kite away, move in, play with the pounce, and I said this was bad. The Kree got on top, but actually, wait a minute here. The stutter step for Mac is really good. And Kim, well, he's losing some supply a little bit. Just have to be careful, but the Carnifex with their 400 HP each, they are 10 armor, they stay alive. So this pressure from HYY, not that significant. Space on the top side. So we are on 3 bases for Kim, 2 bases for Mac. He'd like a third at some point. What are we at as well? 1, 2, 3 bases for HYY. Well, yes. So 3 bases, 3 bases. We are lacking a base for our Vanguard player, but he's going to power build that up fairly quickly as the second Stormgate will get claimed. And the bottom side, very little contest. Mac is trying to poke at it, but it's 2 armies versus 1. I don't think he can properly, yeah, he can't stop this. And what did we get on this side? I don't think, oh no, okay, a Vile Lurker, that's a decent amount of pressure. And actually, wait a minute, he's gonna force everything back. They're gonna get both. This is very nice here. The pressure coming in from Kim with, okay, these Carnifex, they're in a little bit of a pickle. But pressure's gonna really buy them the second Stormgate as well. And maybe you can make a little bit more happen with this. HYY still in great supply position. But even still, there we go. Second Stormgate. Both Stormgates of this round are going to go into the side of Kim and Mac. And that's going to be, oh, double Vile Lurker timing. Wasn't Mixu's first loss some random plat diamond player that needed, I don't know. But I don't know who his teammate was round 1. Now this base is going to get taken down. It has to get salvaged, and got to be a little careful though. Mixu HYY do have a flank angle, but Kim's back. He has his Vile Lurker ready to go, and this army is starting to develop a little bit more. You have to fight backwards a little bit. The system shock moving forward. This big Carnifex Exo Ball. Got to be very careful. So the Vile Lurker is going to get taken down. Only one of them. Not quite able to bring the army to bear. Second Vile Lurker on the ground looking for the shots, but Mixu's going to dodge. So too HYY. That's a big shot though. A little bit more is now Carnifex onto the low ground, jumping on top of this Vile Lurker. It's not very fast. The damage, I don't think it was enough. He only landed one really big shot, and now Mac and Kim, they have to run away. They have to kite away here. System shocking, kiting as much as possible. But the entire army from Kim just kind of disappeared. HYY and Mixu macroing just a little bit better. Right, Kim's 700 Luminite, very little Ethereum. But it's not quite enough. And they had double Vile Lurker here. You're really expected to be able to get something done with that. But losing one Vile Lurker and then the second is not how you want that to be. And now back defensively here, trying to play around or Carnifex. They leap in. They're getting targeted down pretty effectively, all things considered. But this army is just, especially with the offensive Nano Swarm, we're not seeing those be used. Now System Shock forward, System Shock back, trying to build the separation that you need. The Carnifex fighting Carnifex. The problem is there's just so many more Exos. HYY's army from the Shadow Mark earlier on. There's so many of these effective units. And the Carnifex, they're starting to go, get taken down. This army of Kim is getting smaller and smaller. And now this is a problem. Very, very little army for Kim anymore. 103 supply, 117 for Mac. And it's just more effective army. Yes, there's not a ton of energy on these medtechs anymore. And yes, there's this Judicator node on the high ground. But, well, they are going to be able to hold on for the time being as the Kree run in. But not too much effective damage. And if you can establish this kind of low ground arc, I'm still not necessarily a believer, especially with these Carnivax and Kree doing just an absolute number on the economy of Mac. He might be able to win this fight at least. Targeting down the med tax is really, really nice. The problem is these Carnivax and Kree from Mixer, they're killing a base. That was pinged out, but not really responded to. And Playward says, I love 2v2. These games have all been epic. We need to get Obs to zoom out, though. That request has been lodged. I don't know if it's ever gonna, I don't know if they're gonna be able to pull it off, but I have definitely let the Frost Giant people know that I would really like to be able to zoom out more. And now system shocking a little bit forward. Stormgate, this is a tier 3 Stormgate. Kim and Mac, they're gonna try to get it. If they can get a deep one, maybe even a Swarm Mother, just a bunch of free supply onto the high ground. Getting this Stormcaller from the high ground is a very, if they can pull this off, maybe get some really nice stuff. Now the bombing run, not really gonna land. And what do you want here? Stormcaller on the high ground. That's the goal. You're gonna try to move forward here. System shocking and forward, maybe. Actually, I don't even know if you can do that, but they're gonna try. Moving on. Can I click on this? Stormcaller? Maybe. I don't know if you can system shock forward, but it's buying some space, buying some time, but not quite doing enough here. And of course, we do have some more, of course, turning the celestial structures into something a little bit more. And yeah, this is not doing what it needs to do. I thought the Stormcaller might be enough, and Mixu's on low supply, but I just look at this. Look at this HYY. Look at this 200 supply Vanguard player. Hey, Iron Rain, thanks for the 5 bits. Didn't know it made a sound, but apparently it did. Yeah, the Stormcaller control wasn't great. Does anyone know, can you system shock a Stormcaller? What is working? Oh yeah, the zoom out is potentially work in progress. Oh yeah, no, that was HYY asking for a teammate storyteller, Dave, because Wallace was not showing up. Bombing run, that doesn't really get that much done, but now we're in this situation where HYY is just really strong. Mac's a bit weak. He's only on this tier 2 tech. No, he's working on survival protocol, but no real good answer to the tier 3 hurricane, the mass hurricane. Now, if you can dive on top, if you can system shock on top of these hurricanes, start to go take them down, then that'd be really nice. Problem is, here come the Kree. Now there's this front line of just roly-poly boys that blow up everything, and that just makes life very difficult indeed. Yes, there are these Carnivaxes, which are a decent answer to the Kree. Bombing run's gonna go in, not really landing for the most part, but the problem is you're stuck kiting, you're not fighting. And now we're into the Judicator nodes a little bit. Carnivax all in their lonesome offensive nano swarm on top of everything else, and this army is getting annihilated on every side. The idea was there, the opportunities felt like they were there, but Mixu and HYY are just too strong. And Kim and Mac, semifinals is where they're gonna have to stop. HYY and someone is gonna go find his way into the finals. Did not anticipate the Hurricanes. Just a little bit behind in the early game and not quite able to make it happen. And nice job there from Mixu and HYY to pull back and waste the hurricane or waste the Stormcaller. All right, so we're gonna figure out what's happening in the finals. I don't know what's happening in the finals, and we'll see. I'll be back and go and secure. So you trade 1 for 1. That's gonna be fine. Now, GameFriend and JXP, they're gonna go over here very quickly, but not quite enough to get damage done on the Stormgate before it starts to go over. So first Stormgate, will get claimed, but the problem is now they're just going to bodyguard this. And with the Fae on the right side, Tribute Pyre's not ready to go. Neither is the Shroud Stone. Theory very slow on this one. You would have thought, given the positioning, he would have built a Shroud Stone on this third base, but instead going to get forced to cancel it off. And we do have this army here of Albino and Theory, but there's no Soul. There's no, actually, sorry, Soulbrand Chakrams are done. So we're going to play on Shroud. It makes it much easier. So the Shroud, the Curse is going to go and do a very nice job of forcing all of this back. And Albino and Theory just take a very nice fight early on. Now, of course, you got to be careful. There's still a lot of Argents. They do have healing. They do a decent amount of damage, but Albino's going to go even with the Nanoswarm, or the defensive Nanoswarm and all these Argents, which is nice, especially now that the Arc Station's here. It's floating forward, does have access to Purify, as we're trying to get this more aggressive position forward on the map with Sabers as well. And I think that's going to force us back. This Vulcan does have to dash away, and so impactful, making sure that this Necrotic Hexfield's not that useful, making sure that all the Argents have power. Second Purify goes down, but even still, these Vulcans are doing so much here. Skyhorn as well, just trying to add a little bit more damage onto the Sentinels as the Crane move forward. And even though this attack was a lot, it's going to be a bit of a base trade because Albino Theory onto the north side with at least Theory's army. I guess Albino's is playing a little bit more defensively at home, but Theory getting very aggressive here, attacking onto this topside base. Doesn't seem like he's super comfortable and going too much. Like, they're just kiting through him, so they're not really all that effective here. And these nanobubbles, well, they're actually doing a decent job for Albino. They're effectively force fields, making it a little bit more difficult for Gamefriend and JXB to properly bring their army to bear. So not quite giving them the fight. This will zone the Stormgate for the time being. Only one on the tier 3 Stormgate timing. A lot of Sabers here ready to go. And with these nanobubbles, the bombing run just doesn't do anything. It just really doesn't. So tier 3 Stormgate, though, not going to get claimed. Take down a collection array, but there is an arc ship here. So it's going to get started back up again fairly quickly, but this means that Albino has free range top side. I don't think he's going to claim it. Doesn't seem like he has quite enough damage there, but at least denies it from his opponent. Now the bombing runs, nope, not going to go off. Only one of them, and the nano bubble goes down as well. So not able to fight, just stuck in the stasis in the sky. And you got to run, but you can't fight into these nano bubbles. Jay has been so effective with these nano bubbles, but now Theory, right side, the moment that Jay goes and tries to punish this, Theory so effective here on the right side. He's got a dragon out as well, this Sky Fleet. They don't have their tier 3 upgrade. They're not super effective. This attack on the right side, even with the nano bubbles, Albino is just bullying JXP and Theory is just bullying Gamefriend. That's the story, but now maybe getting on top of me. Okay, that's a Dark Prophecy and a half. Is it enough though? I don't think so. They're going to get taken down. Finally, they've been countered, and Albino north side bombing runs go down once again. This army that Gamefriend and JXP have built was meant to play together, but when you force it to fight separately, Albino and Theory just do way too much. So they take game number 1. But now the Grace Light Node is out of energy, so you do have that one going for yourself, even as these Argents starting to get taken down a little bit more. It looks like this attack is not really going to be all that effective. The rush distance just a little bit too long, maybe. No, it was always tier 2. It just required 2 upgrades. Anyways, now we're going to see the Exos move out on the map. They do have Quickfire Hustle, or Quick Draw Hustle, but this is just, it is a matter of supply. This is more stuff beating less stuff, especially with Kinetic Redirect going, so these Lancers are very quick indeed. This is very much as the stasis go down on these Carnivex as well, trying to find the back line a little bit. Some of the Carnivex will be left to die. Good target fire there, but oh, the prophecies are starting to cause some levels of problems on the back line. But the Concave is really good. The Concave is incredible for Albino in Theory, and the problem, but 194 and 36 versus 200 supply and 300 supply. Yeah, it's not enough. Theory's gonna be forced to tap out, and that is it. Game 2 goes the way of Game Comrade and Game Friend, and we move on. Although when you get the Faerun back into it, the little additional healing should allow Albino in Theory to fight this back. We're gonna have to see. Now the Lancers are gonna start to arrive. Faerun here as well, a little bit more healing, and the Soul Brand will be done soon, but it's not done just yet. So forced back for now, and really just trying to get a lot of gaunts out, I think. Get the bouncing damage up, get the Soul Brand up as you add Vulcans in as well. And now with Soul Brand here, this high ground position, this ramp, I don't think it's really something that's going to be, really going to be something that's too pushable. With the Harbinger, and that's really fun. As the Scree's going to go get taken down, not going to go and really be able to claim the Vision Tower for the time being. Arc ship or Arc Station moving forward for the Purify. That's a good, that's a good prophecy. That took down a lot of Hurricanes versus 2, a couple Exos, but it's just not aggressive. Sure, aggressive Nano Swarms as well, but it's just not enough. And on the bottoms, well, really on the ground as well, all these Sabers, these Animancers, these Argents, it's all about dealing with the reinforcement lines. That's kind of what Theory and Albino are up, and there we go. That's going to be one dead Hurricane. That's a nice start. But unfortunately, there's just more, and now you got the Nano Swarm healing as well, aggressively and defensively applied, but not really enough. A couple Shadow Flyers make contact. But, man, these Dark Prophecies, they're zoning, trying to get on top. Oh, that's very nice. 2 Helicarriers fall down, and more Shadow Flyers trying to get, yep, that's going to be a second. 1 bombing run goes down, and now the Sky Fleet of Albino, he's maxed out. This is a big army. He's going to be able to go take the Arc Station by Albino in theory. Is now the Hornets, they're going to go in, getting on top of a lot of these Helicarriers. They do a lot of damage, especially with the Spriggans join as well with these Na'vi. A little bit more nukes going. They're not going to quite. Welcome back. We have a grand finals, but not without significant amounts of drama. Mixu has been dropped. The decision was that he is not allowed, I guess, to double jeopardy, which is totally fine, except he played every round up until that point. They bring in Wallace in, the original player on HYY's team. He's back, so HYY Wallace is now Vanguard Infernal, not, there's no Celestial. It's just what we're doing. The drama has been mostly resolved. Playing under Aftermath is kind of playing under protest, but away we go. Game 1 of this best of 5. Bottom left of the map in the cool colors, Aftermath. It's Albino in theory. Top side of the map in the warm colors, HYY and Wallace. Wallace, of course, not playing up until this point, but there's some drama. Wallace was swapped back in because he was originally supposed to be on the team. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. Clearly not warmed up. What's the problem with Mixu? Did he play in 2 teams? Yep. But he was told he was allowed to. That's where it gets complicated. They went and HYY, Wallace did not show up on time or had internet issues. I'm not totally sure, but had some issues. HYY said, hey, I need a sub. Reached out to 5 people. Mixu said yes. CO said, yeah, that was fine. The problem was Mixu had already lost round 1 with Lethal X and had lost. So Mixu in a single elimination format had double jeopardy. And Aftermath is not happy about that, which in fairness, they have every right to be. Mixu is a very strong player. Mixu has pretty much been the best player, at least the best player out of Korea, outside of Korea in Stormgate for like, since early access started. Pretty much once Parting stopped playing, but you know, was vast majority of early access, Mixu has been the best player. So to get him is very much an upgrade. They had every right to be, although Wallace is not bad. Wallace is very good, but they have every right to be a little upset. And again, the problem here, you can't get mad at HYY for this. Don't get mad at Mixu for this. This is very much on the tournament organizers making a call that was just not the best call. So it is what it is. We're moving forward. We're into the finals. HYY and Wallace, Albino in theory, should be a great best of 5. I'm looking forward to it. Evergreen's map 1, and the 2v2s are really good, Udis. That's the answer to your question. Stormgate 2v2s, I think they are the version that the game should be developing for moving forward. 1v1s are fun, and of course you can kind of keep a 1v1 scene alive with a smaller player base, but I think 2v2 in Stormgate is better. Actually, it's better than StarCraft 2 2v2 as well, in part because they're making balanced decisions based on 2v2, not just 1v1. StarCraft 2 2v2 is a lot of problems because it's just relying on 1v1 balance. Yeah, but Stormgate 2v2 is awesome. It really does take advantage of a lot of the cool stuff that Stormgate has done. And it really, actually, you know, if you think about it, there are definitely some things that Stormgate has done that are really pulling from MOBA ideas. And Bone Zone's not in the map pool, thanks to the 10 gifted subs, which is very sad. I love the Bone Zone. I think it's actually a really good 2v2 map. But for now, we're gonna see the first Stormgate will get claimed by HYY and Wallace. They committed a little bit more for that one as they have been playing rather aggressively. And it's gonna be a Faerun as we move into the Faerun aggression stage of the game. This is a high ground position. Yes, this effigy is gonna get taken down, but the high ground is good. Problem is there's no soul brand. So the gaunts are not that great defensive tools. You're really relying on defender's advantage to make this happen, and the healing does mitigate that in some ways. So for now, Conclave's on the front lines, but of course they can't produce just yet. You gotta wait. And especially with kinetic redirects, these are some very effective, very fast lancers as they move forward. Soul Brand's gonna be done soon, but not just yet. In fact, HYY and Wallace, they have their Soul Brand first. They're starting to apply Curse on top of everything, even as the defensive Curse arrives, and now there's a Vulcan. So as this Vulcan shows up, that is gonna be the end of this aggression. But in the meantime, not a lot of imps working in this base. Couple more, actually, I guess we were looking at some gremlins on the minimap, but couple more fourth base on the way. So Wallace, really the big victor here. HYY and as well, really benefiting from taking this opportunity just to develop their economy up. Torch asking, are there still creeps in the game? No. I think there are still some maps that have creeps on them, but it's not the supported format. What happened with the 3v3 funky mode? Up next, if they can do it. They are in the dev blog about the community post, Strange Quirk. They have said that, okay, now that they think that 1v1 is in a pretty good spot, or the melee mode, 1v1, 2v2 is in a pretty good spot, which I think it is. Maybe a little bit more balancing is needed, but it's in a pretty fun spot. Next step is to be, ooh, a couple med techs here. Unfortunately, no Reaper's Rush, so they're not gonna be able to catch them, but at very least it burns some energy off. They're gonna look to see what it takes to get Team Mayhem and co-op up to feature parity. But I do think that 3v3 is gonna be a little bit, it sounds like 3v3 is gonna be a little closer to 1v1 or 2v2 than it was originally planned to be just off of playtesting. But yeah, no creeps in the game. Torch, that was removed a while ago. Now we have this thing called Stormgates, as we can see here, which spawn every 3 minutes. And you gotta go do 1,000, 2,000, 6,000 more damage to them than your opponent does, and then you'll get kind of a free unit, or a neutral unit that works for you. Out of a kind of a cluster of them, you get to choose 3. Some or relics, and some allow you to like, clone units or empower units. Some give you kind of anti-air units, or they give you like really big banelings, or we're gonna actually see them start spawning rather soon.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
But for now, an attack in the middle. Vulcans do make this a little bit easier, although Albino does have to position his that much, a little bit better. Only 2 were firing at the time being. Now with 3 here, they're gonna be able to start to get on top of this one, and it's 2 armies versus 1. So our blue team, our cool team, should be able to claim this pretty easily. Of course, the top side, this one is gonna go the way of Wallace. 1 for 1 on the second phase. That's early Vulcan, not in 2v2, due to KB, I don't think. We've been seeing a decent amount of we're gonna see Void Prowlers go. These are very effective harassment units. They have a blink that allows them to blink into Fog of War. They don't have to see where they're going to blink into it. So we're gonna see immediately Albino section those off to try to get some damage done. But we've been seeing pretty early Vulcans from Albino. But now we're gonna see this attack moving in. There is Necrotic Axe field. It doesn't really land all that much. But with this haste spot dispersal on the Sentinels, this army just wants to run roughshod straight in, and Albino's not there. So this is all about Theory buying some time and delaying action as the Greater Shrine gets low. But it's gonna be fine for now. Now here comes Theory as his friend arrives. Maybe they can start to find a little bit more Necrotic Axe field. You gotta kite back out of that one. But now the Vanguard armies here, this delayed action, decent supply, gets on top of the backside. And the stasis is gonna hold, oh, actually stasis here, well placed. It's gonna hold two Hellborn in place, not just the one. Very important that Theory was able to hold on to that one because that's his greater shrine. That's eventually gonna be his Elder Shrine. That's what gives him access to tier 2 tech, tier 3 tech. It is very important that he holds on to this. Celestial rework probably not happening. There is, I think people have already answered this, but there's been a lot of Celestial rework already. Not visually, we never got to really see the vast majority of Alan Dilling's Celestial designs. Navi are one of them, they're new. But I know he had more ideas that he just never really got to. As Albino's gonna find the left side, Necrotic Hexfield's there. He's gonna have to kite out of that one for now. Meanwhile, right side, this is not a great fight for Theory. Both sides of the map here are going very well. HYY dominates this fight against the Infernal player. And it looks like, okay, well, both sides, both sides of the Infernal player gets roundly bopped. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wallace does have more at the end of the day. And this army from HYY is the really powerful one. Hexfield not quite doing enough. And HYY, 188 supply, 192. Theory loses the forward base, and now it's going to take him a while to get up to Elder. I don't know if he was working on an Elder Shrine, but he's lost his Greater Shrine. And now Theory doesn't have this high ground position either, which is just this really solid defensive spot. So HYY really pushing hard into it. He's going to try to force Albino over to the right side, over to this right lane. And that A gives Wallace an opportunity to contest the Stormgate if he wants, but also to now go and attack Albino because Albino has to go help out Theory. So as Theory has been really stone-aged.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
It's unfortunate. So right side bombing run, you don't fight this. The army is not there. Bombing run is not really going to land. So you do have that. And Albino going on the north side here, going to maybe try to contest this. Gets on top of him a lot of Hellborn, which is nice. But these Lancers, they're okay. We're going to see Necrotic Hexfield go down, have to kite back out of that one. So he can't really take the fight. Bombing run, though, might be okay. Not good enough. And on the right side, the Blood Tree is going to go down. A lot of stuff now falling off the map from Theory, who's only at 100 supply. And this is not a game where Bombing Run has to be really good. It's just not. So Wallace hits really good splits. Theory is dead functionally, 98 supply. Can't fight this army. It's just a running retreat. And Albino is not really doing well enough. Friendly fire on the bombing runs, actually causing some level of issues. But at the very least, the vast majority of Wallace, his army goes away too. What is the 200 resource? This is technically energy. This is from when Top Bar existed, and it was never removed from the. It was just never removed from the observer overlay. It doesn't really work. It does show you how much energy the Celestials have to see whether they can produce stuff or not, but otherwise, it doesn't really do a lot. Theory trying to do the best, make the best out of a bad situation. 84 supply, trying to drag Wallace and HYY back as much as possible with just this Spriggan and I'm stuttering a little bit. That's fine. This Spriggan brute type of play, finding what he can. Albino's got decent supply. Theory's got a lot of money actually, but he's massively supply blocked, and I'm really surprised we're not seeing him go and build a lot. There we go. There's the Tribute Pyres. We've got 3,000 Luminite, very little Therium, but 3,000 Luminite. And now we do have these empowered Hurricanes, it is called empowered, but Bombing Run, gonna retreat back, doesn't really hit all that much. And this attack on the right side, Wallace now 224 supply. There's nothing Theory can do. He was massively supply blocked. He was knocked out in this game. And very much is on Albino to just win the entire game. Bombing Runs are going to be good, I think, because this thing's nice. But these empowered Hurricanes, way too much. System shock on top of everything. They're dead. Aftermath falls down in game number 1. Wallace might have been an upgrade. He's a grinder. Maybe. All right, so game number 1. Apparently System Shock does work on air units. Yep, it does. You can, I don't know if you can System Shock, can you System Shock the bombers? Felt it was permanent. Have I ever been to Europe? What was it like? Yeah, a couple times. I was Poland for I am Katowice one time. Spent a week 10 days in Italy. Studied abroad in the UK, although would you consider that part of Europe? Yeah, can you System Shock the bombers forward? I've been to Spain, spent a week and a half in Spain. Been to Bulgaria multiple times. Been through a lot of airports. Brexit, baby. In fairness, I was in the UK after Brexit. I was in the UK in 2016, 2017. When was Brexit? The bomber range goes wild if you System Shock them. Oh yeah, that sounds fun. Bulgaria mentioned, yeah. I'm really hoping that I get invited back to Bellum Gens. It's just a matter, I would assume a matter of their funding, but I love doing Bellum Gens in Star Azagora every year, even if the travel is miserable to get there. 2021? Okay, yeah, I was there pre-Brexit then. I mean, wasn't it a punishment? We're gonna move into Cosmic Enigma. Game number 2 as the players are ready. And away we go. Yeah, I studied abroad in the UK. That was in undergrad, and I graduated with my master's in 2020, so definitely was there pre-Brexit. Anyways, we're into game number 2. That's game 1, HYY and Wallace. This has really been the case, even in the games they win, where Theory has been punished over and over again. He's the one that runs into economic difficulties. He's the one that runs into supply difficulties to try to get Albino into it, and sometimes that works out. Sometimes it just runs into this problem where you're playing like 2v1.5. So we'll see exactly what happens. For now, though, it's a relatively big map. It's not the biggest in the pool, but going for some of the more rush type plays doesn't work incredibly well. As my pants have been, my back button of my pants has gotten stuck in my chair. So I'm like trapped against my chair now. There we go. That's fun. And the cat's now trying to go turn my computer off. This is, I live a life of chaos, my friends, and sometimes my Fiend Rush against Aftermath didn't work twice. And then Aftermath tried to use the Fiend Rush on this map against someone else. It didn't work for them either. So something that works once and maybe never again. I don't know. For now, we're going to see the scout arrive and just kind of see what's happening here. This is a map that you can try to get very greedy on, because you got a lot of bases right close together, but you do have to be careful. Sometimes the aggression goes a little bit too far. Do the cats and dogs, well, see, so cats have the power to turn off a computer. So I have turned off, software side, my power button. My power button does not turn my computer off. But right next to it, there's a smaller button that's a hardware restart button. And the only way I can turn that off is to unsolder it from the motherboard. And this cat, this tiny little cat with her tiny little paws, has a very, is very good at when she jumps on top of the desktop, either because she wants to be on top of the computer or she wants to be on my desk, of pressing the little restart button. Theory's way behind Wallace on macro. 27 out of 4. Yeah, Theory. That's a lot of tribute pyres you've made, man. That's not the best. The first Stormgate, again, gonna get claimed by HYY and Wallace, and at least in the, actually, I don't hate this as much. So Theory's gonna have his third base going up pretty quickly. That's kind of, oh, all right, we're just gonna remake this as Albino crashed. Do the cats and dogs get along? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna remake this. Okay. Yeah, we remake. The dog wants to be friends. The cat doesn't want to be friends. So sometimes it's a little awkward, but in general, but yeah, so the cats are getting better. The dog is getting a little less reactive to the cats, but yeah, fun times though. The cat is a little chaos goblin. She is sentient. Probably just unplug it from the motherboard. But yeah, I mean, same thing. Unplug it from the motherboard. But it's also like, I would like to have a button that lets me hard reset my computer if I really need to. We're gonna remake once again Cosmic Enigma again, map number 2, part 2, version number 2. It's actually a little chilly in this office, so while this gets restarted, I'm gonna go grab my jacket and I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. Let's go into move into game number, there we go. Game number 2, part 2. All right, here we are, game number 2. It's real this time, as we have a very quick expansion coming out of HYY. Just straight up command post first, getting greedy with it. You're gonna see the shrine first from Wallace as well, and Theory, he's doing the same thing. Albino, though, he's gonna, I have a cat in front of my computer. What is this? Barracks done. A couple Lancers getting built out early. It's nice to have this scout at the very beginning because, well, it's important to scout out to see what's happening. But Albino is going to fall just a little bit behind economically because he didn't go for this greedy opener. Especially, oh, this is interesting. So Wallace is going to go and claim both mining out, both Luminite mines. Now, there's an argument to be made. So Wallace is taking both of these. Now, you could go and take the one right here, and this is perfectly efficient to both, but you're only building one imp at a time. So A, you lose access to Therium. B, you are only producing one imp at the time, not two, from having two shrines. So if you are really trying, it's technically nice to be able to do that, but it is better to do this because you just want to be able to scale your economy that much more. And HYY, he's got his natural done. By the way, I just noticed the in production icon for command post is the old command post, but the actual building is the new command post. Huh. I actually never really noticed that. Beo is losing 1v1 versus the cat. Well, I took the cat up and I picked her up and I dropped her on the ground. So, and she's not back. So I guess I'm safe. You can get Therium via your Vanguard ally making a refinery, yes, but that does require a tier 2. That does require a tier 2 storyteller, Dave.
Stormgates have appeared.
So it is a little bit slower. If you had any designs on mining out of this, really the big deal is you lose out on one prism per cycle, or not one prism, one worker per cycle. And again, it just takes a while to saturate. So you really want whatever you can find. Is this seems like we're both instead of trading, maybe Theory's gonna go. Yeah, it looks like Theory will go trade. But I was gonna say instead of trading, we're gonna go commit onto the top side. Sorry, I'm also trying to.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
Sorry, my now fiance, I get to say that, very exciting. Is getting some groceries and asking for my input because I'm the one that generally cooks. That being said, HYY and Wallace, they win the Stormgate on the top side. They get themselves a favor in it. Already, they're onto the bottom side of the map. So this is not going to be a trade. This is just going to be 2 Stormgates to 0. Now, Theory is on 4 bases. Does have this 4th shrine up mining pretty quickly. He's got this one on the bottom side as well, even if he's not fully mining from it. And Albino does have 3 bases. So this setup, if they can hold on to it, the economy is pretty solid, all things considered. HYY is much further behind on the economic side of things. The problem, of course, is if they cannot hold on to this position. This is a good position to hold on to. You do have this ramp onto the high ground that is a paired ramp, so if it's really bad, Albino in theory can pull back. You also have this choke right here. So this is a fairly decent position to try to defend as the attack's going to move in. Double Farin. That's a decent amount of healing here as the army moves in, but there is already a Vulcan defensively ready to go. Soulbrand Chakrams also applying damage, but this is just overwhelming, it seems like, from HYY and Wallace. The healing off Double Farin is doing so much, especially with the kinetic redirect on these lanes, just staying on top of all the Vulcans. One's going to get very low, get taken down. Second one, trapped against the wall, nowhere for it to go. It's going to get taken down as well, and on the front side, the Double Farin, the healing here is just doing so much for Wallace. So this is a problem right now. More units are going to start to get reinforced straight into the fight, but the Lancers are still not dead. The Gaunts are here. They have Soulbrand as well. There's no tech advantage in that front now, especially with these Hellborn. The range damage starting to go take down the production on top of everything else. This feels like the game's just over. Albino in theory were not ready for this one whatsoever. Yeah, they're just dead. Game 2 goes the way of HYY and Wallace. Dr. Pepper just exploded in my... I'm sorry, Matterino. Sounds like you don't get to enjoy the college football playoffs or something. Wallace doing pretty good. Chat, I have the most important thing for you. This, more important than waiting for game number 3, the dog is back. Maybe. If we can focus on it. There we go. The dog! Look at this cute girl. She itch. What is football? Is that a custom game mode? Oh, okay. So funny, like, yes, we should call it hand egg. Football, soccer is a subset of football. Soccer is association football, called soccer by the British youths of like Eton and whatever. Shortened association football, soccer. So calling it football is more general. It should be called soccer. Is that a legato? No, she's a golden doodle. 2/3 poodle or 3/4 poodle, a 1/4 golden retriever. Hey, I mean, Banana Tea, y'all should call it soccer too. Y'all invented the word. And then you just bowed to foreign pressure to call it football back once again. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that the UK is going back on its long traditions. I didn't do that. Desolate Temple is map number 3. We're gonna have to see if Albino in theory can come back into this. Left side of the map, Albino Theory, down 2. Right side of the map, Wallace and HYY. And this is a big map, but there are some very obvious attack paths straight through the center. So even as you can try to go and contest some of these north side spots, vision towers, whatever, storm gates, it just can often mean your opponent runs across the map and tries to kill you. What I think is really cool about this map is that you have this ramp right here, and on both sides you have a couple of these that are partially controlled by the trees. So you can cut the trees down to make it a bigger ramp if you want to. Yeah, people move to the America for various freedoms, such as the freedom to call our sport football. Does Beo ever do like indie game streams or chill streams or just big caster energy? I generally cast whenever I stream something that's not casting, the viewership is not there. Like, I don't like playing the games I cast on stream because it's like, oh no, I'm gonna get judged for this. Speaking of running brain damage, have you seen the sport in, I think it is Australia, it's just the Oklahoma drill, except worse. It's like 2 people from like 100 feet away, one with the ball, one not, just running straight at each other and getting concussed. Actually, if you talk about rugby has a far lower injury rate than American football does because there are no pads. So you kind of, you can't hit you can't hit people as hard. Oh, these fiends are doing a lot of work here for a theory. Oh, that's a lot of servos going down. This is very effective. Overcharge, gonna have to get popped and forcing back. That's a very effective little bit of harassment. Now the Lancers are gonna start to arrive because this is the all-in, or at least the time. 1 base for both sides, double vault, barracks. So not crazy all-in, but still very effective. Take down a lot of these imps. This was not expected by Wallace and HYY. This is very effective pressure from Theory. In fact, Wallace, he's lost a lot of imps. This is a very good punish on the fact that he likes to go for this 3 shrine in most games. Actually, it's going to force him to go cancel the 3rd shrine just to get some money back, get some imps back. But that slows down his economic power as well. And now the Lancers on the bottom side. I don't think this is going to end the game, but there's been some very effective pressure from Albino and Theory early on, and that's represented in the supply. Aren't my cats judging me if the stream doesn't? Yeah, my cats are, but you know, they're always judging regardless.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
My favorite one, MSR, I'm talking about inches, miles, Fahrenheit, gallons. Now, what I will say, first of all, Fahrenheit is the one imperial measurement that I will say that actually is good, because it's a great metric on, what are we? Okay, just, we gonna soul forge some fiends? Yes, we are. Oh wait, no, we're not. Okay, good. Because it's a very good metric for what makes sense from like a human habitation scale, which is what if I'm looking at the weather, I'm looking like how does this impact me? So, you know, 100 degrees is like the upper bound on human habitability for the most part, without modern convenience. 0 degrees is kind of like the lower-ish bound on human habitability. It's very good information on like, can I survive here? Am I going to be happy here? But you know, I've learned, I play in Quidditch or quad ball, as it's called now in undergrad. I learned how to tackle from a rugby perspective, and really head injuries were pretty rare in that sport too. We did have a really dumb brooms up like in dodgeball, where everyone would run to try to capture the balls in the midfield line, but I refused to do that, first of all, because it was asking for concussions, and B, that rule is no longer there. They've removed that. You can repair shrines. What shrines? Nice catch, though, actually. Wallace and HYY, they're going to be able to go and snipe the Soul Forge. So the value of taking this early game Stormgate is not as impactful as it was, but even still, that's a lot of Lancers to go down for it. So even if you did lose the Soul Forge, which is unfortunate, you still decent. HYY is just in a bad spot. The text I'm getting from my fiance right now, she's like, "You're lucky I like you. I'm getting lost in this grocery store. I'm looking for Ziploc bags. I give up. I haven't found them." I need to take her grocery shopping with me more. Is big attack bottom side. Lancers are here. A couple gaunts as well. Actually, got to be a little careful. The army of Wallace is starting to arrive. Good effigy placement. It's not really going to go down. It is applying curse onto everything, but there's no overcharge. Actually, no, sorry. The servos are overcharged. So at the very least, they're not going to dial that easily. This is a nice opportunity for HYY and Wallace to try to make some level of a comeback, to wipe out this army. HYY still has a pretty bad economic situation. Does not have a lot of workers. Doesn't have a lot of tech. He's 29 supply. But Wallace is okay. Wallace has his third base up and going, looking at a fourth base pretty soon.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
It's about Fahrenheit based on human survivability. It's a neat way of understanding it. I don't know if it's base. I don't know if it's grounded on that setup. But like that's a good way to understand it. Celsius, of course, is grounded on where 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. It's bounded on what water does, which is great from a science perspective, but you know, it doesn't really tell me it doesn't tell me anything about am I happy or not on a scale from 0 to 100. How comfortable am I? Oh, okay. No, so when you say shrine, I think there was something on the map. Yeah, okay. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. It makes sense. Did she check the Ziploc bag section? Yeah, that's a very it's an hour until the dog is until it's time to feed the dog. So she has now come into my office and is just staring at me with her body pointed towards the door. She's like, please, I would like food. She's not gonna get it, but she is convinced it's time to be fed, even when it's not gonna happen. But yes, this is a best of 5. Big attack on the bottom side here. We are distracted by dogs and fiancés. Not in that order necessarily. Big attack bottom side. HYY continues to get punished. And this is the problem. Theory doesn't have the best economy, all things considered, but he is still doing well enough. Albino's in a great spot, and in the balance of things, I'd rather have a strong Vanguard. than I would a strong Infernal based on what I've seen in the 2v2. So we got a couple. We have 2 Exos on the high ground. They are doing their best. They are trying really hard to make this defense happen, and then maybe they'll get there eventually. But in the meantime, HYY is just losing so very much. Higher Fahrenheit temperature? No, not necessarily. Like 50 to 70, 50 to 75 is Happy Beo. Clearly, if you're 100 degrees Celsius, you're as scientifically happy as you can ever be. Yes, Crowley, this is exactly how it works. Originally, paper at 0 degrees is when a brine solution froze, and 90 is the human body temperature, later updated to 96 before further refinements in measurements. Interesting. So it is effectively human happiness, at least on the upper end. What degree Fahrenheit is snow? It is less than 32.2 degrees. Less than. Snow is ice. There's a standardized cup psionic, and you deciding that you do not want to believe in it, that is a failure of learning. You could go get a measuring cup with a standardized cup and be fine. Anyways, Albino in theory, Wallace has a big army. And his play right now is to try to go and catch, if he can get theory here, if he can go punish this. This is what he's got to do. You got to find like half an army before the other half. Does have a Harbinger. Bombing run is not really going to land. Decent job dodging this one. The problem is the helicarriers, when they start to get up in high numbers, are really impactful. Does experience get transferred through allies as well? Like it's 70% experience, the main killer. I believe so. Pori, I'm not sure. But for veterancy perspective, I would assume.
Stormgate has appeared.
Talking about unit systems. What I hate is Rankin. There is a absolute 0 version of Fahrenheit called Rankin or Rankine that it makes me sad. Anyways. Big attack on the right side as Wallace is trying to do what he can to defend HYY, maybe hold on to the center position, but these Gaunts are kind of being dealt with, not really. Remember, Hellborn no longer be splashed, so the Hellborn just going to go get taken down. And on the bottom side, Sticky Bomb. Oh, Albino is just flexing with that. Sticky Bomb should not have been effective. Oh my, I love this. Well done. Albino's he's flexing on him. He's dancing on him. You see what he's doing here? He's sticky bombing him in and then sending a helicarrier in. So they're all slowed and they go bombing run, and then there's nothing they can do. This base on the north side is getting taken out. The problem is, while Wallace has decent supply, he's 2 versus 1. And as this game goes later and the armies get bigger, you can't take these fights. You can maybe punish Theory a little bit, but I mean, just HYY he's in such a bad spot. He's moving on to survival protocol, getting his own helicarriers and a sticky bomb on the ground. Gonna kind of land. Bombing run you would have thought it would have been really good, but gets out just in time. And now Wallace trying to chase down Theory a little bit. But of course, with the necrotic hex field, it's not really a great place to fight. And actually around this corner, this is really where you don't want to fight. The hex fields are good. He's gonna have to back up. The game continues now. The entire army being brought together. Sticky bombs on the ground, just causing problems. Sticky bombs on these Hellborn as well. They slow them down. They cause it's a problem. Attack speed reduces, movement speed reduces. It's damage. It makes life very difficult. So this one helicarrier is doing what it can. Couple Sentinels as well. Haste Spot has been researched, so you do have that as the system shocks forward, but these armies are very, very separated, and Wallace is not taking the fights that he would really like to take. Big Forsaken traps as well. So these bombing runs just causing more problems. Maybe there's a world where you flank in from behind, but there's just not a lot of good anti-air. Not really. It's just a couple gaunts. They don't do what they need to do. And on the bottom side, yeah, this is a problem. This game feels very much over at this point. There's just no answer to the helicarriers. Well, maybe actually. An Incarnate is on the map. If you can go and get, if you can start to go and get some damage done on the helicarriers, maybe that's something. But the problem is Wallace has lost the rest of his supply. HYY doesn't have much either. A single Incarnate is not enough. It does good damage, we can see that. He's gonna try to stun up and do what it can, but 1500 HP is just, even with 1500 HP, it just dies. So, less than 200 combined supply for Wallace and HYY. Albino, in theory, 450. They're in a great spot. This game is over, and we are gonna get to move into game number 4. Wait. Oh, no, yeah, the tap. Game number 4, very soon. Stormgate teach me how to doge. Exactly. This dog. Where's my dog cam? Molly? What? Okay, I'm gonna stand up for half a second. She really thinks that it's food time. She really thinks it's not, by the way. Hi, Rushy. How are you? Different types of measuring cups in America. One for liquid, one for drying ingredients. Water is denser. Yeah, we don't go. Follow me. Timmy's stuck in the well. The well, by the well, I mean my food container. And you can only save him by scooping exactly 2 cups of food into my food bowl. Hey, early player. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Now that I've stood up once, this is what she's doing. Like, there has never been such a look of impatience, of coiled energy to run to where the kitchen is, to where the food is. Now she's just being majestic because she knows she's on camera, but Molly, she's so done with me. She's like, why are you not feeding me? What is this? According to Pet Clock, there are 3 times, Isma. There is sleep time, food time, and playtime. Zapupper's screen name BeoMulf. BeoMulf. Crowley. Non-Yeehawyans are going to hurt their brain with how much is 2 cups of food. Exactly, Evarista. We just add this to the conversation. No, I'll tell my cats that we say piss, 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 piss. Matarino says, read a poem, Invictus. That's a great poem. Especially because we were talking about rugby. Always have low-cal treats. Yeah, we do have low-calorie training treats for the dog. We're going to move into game 4. Here we are, game number 4 of our $500 2v2 tournament. Despite all the chaos, we are here. We are ready to go. Albino, in theory, looking for a comeback. They got a lot of damage done punishing HYY in the previous game. 8 or 10 fiends plus a couple lancers just kept the damage down over and over. And even though Wallace did a good job of having his own big army and not being punished and macroing and taking these fights, eventually it turned into 2 versus 1.5, and that's just really hard to do. Press read it out to the close of the tournament stream. Yeah, that's a good poem. Theory and Albino. Albino or Theory has opted. Oh, this is interesting. So he's opted for a double vault opening, single shrine, while Albino is going command post first. So Theory is gonna. Actually, both players. Oh, interesting. Is this map shorter than I think? I don't know. I haven't really played on Hellshaven. I haven't seen too many games on Hellshaven, but it seems pretty short. So both players going for the double vault, except the difference is HYY is double factory, and we are in fact seeing this second command post out of Albino. He's going to get the double barracks eventually, but it's not quite as quick. So you're in this situation where there's a little bit more production for our cool side, a little bit more economy for the warm side, which effectively means if they hold, Albino's going to be very happy. But you got to buy the time for that one. As overcharge is popped, servos pulled off a little bit as the third barracks. No, I'm sorry, that's the second barracks. That was only the first barracks going down right now. So second barracks now ready to go. It's really just on Theory to hold on to this as long as possible to get the resources, to get the production up and running. This is not going to be a solar habitat. We are just waiting for a Lancer. This one not producing anything. Now there it goes on the way. So first Lancer just about done. Is now Fiends are going to look for an edge, and overcharge is done soon. Only about 14 seconds. But for the meantime, the Fiends trying to put as much pressure as possible on top of this, and they're not the tankiest thing. So as these brutes continue to arrive, as the gremlins do what they can, it seems like this is going to get held, which is very good news for Albino in Theory, as Albino just has that natural mining. He's top supply in the game. He has Biolab done. He's going to add Exos in eventually, you know. I guess this is actually going to be for Lancers for now, for their upgrade, but he's going to be able to add Exos in, Medtechs in, and this buys time. Theory now, he's the one that's got his natural on the way. They're going to be able to go and claim this Stormgate, I think. Well, sorry, this Stormgate.
Has appeared. Enemy forces have begun to secure the Stormgate.
Sad Nazi players use overcharge on imps because it works. Is it good? I imagine so, because imps are ranged, so they attack a little bit better. Jack Ackley, you don't like to, I like Stormgates. I do like these objectives on the field. They're not super overpowered right now. The valid, like there was a time, but I don't think any of the objectives are super overpowered, but they are useful. They do enable some timings. They make every game a little bit different. They give you reasons to be on the map and not just kind of turtle at home. I really enjoy playing with Stormgates. I think they are. It's really funny. I actually see as oh, these Lancers from Albino, they're all gonna get caught out. I think it's really funny because I see the same people. I'm not saying this is you, to be clear, Jack Ackley, but I see people go and they're like, oh, you know, what does Stormgate provide that StarCraft 2 doesn't? And then everyone says, oh, but they're also the people that are complaining about how Stormgate has anything that is different from StarCraft, which is like, yeah, okay, well, you know, you just want StarCraft. You're just not going to be happy regardless. Anyways, we do have this attack up the high ground. Exos behind brutes is a solid composition, but the Hexen, not the Hexen, I'm sorry, the Faerun, as low HP as it is doing a lot of healing. Even as HYY and Wallace, they do have to back up a little bit, running away from the reinforcement line. And now Albino does have his third base up and running, or just about. Theory's on 2 bases. Problem is, there's like no good obvious second, third base. HYY, his entire army is going to get caught out here by Albino in Theory. So nice to go catch those Lancers of Albino, but even still, we see the supply. The damage was done early on. It was a double 1 base timing versus a 1 base and 1 2 base. And with the defense as effective as it was, we're now in a game that the macro is just better for Albino in Theory, just because of the openings, because of how those worked out. And oh, an overcharge imp constructs faster. I guess I didn't know that. I kind of would have assumed so, because it's not actively building something, it's sacrificing its life, but that's kind of cool. Matarino, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I feel like someone saying, C-Serp saying, I feel like Stormgate's break immersion. Why does a demon fight with humans? Well, because why does a demon fight with humans in any other sci-fi reality? If you summon it, if you summon the demon from another realm, and again, not all of these Stormgate rewards are even demons necessarily. technically Infernals are not demons, but if you summon from another world, like if you do the summoning, you have control over it as long as you do the ritual appropriately. Who's stronger, Lancer or Brute without upgrade? I believe the Brute is. That's really cool. Oh, the Stormgate's rewards do change the game, Jack Ackley, and they've already changed a little bit in the. They've kind of moved some around on tiers how much you get. It's another balancing axis as well, and it's one of those things that you can have if the game had succeeded, which it hadn't, but you could have seasonal Stormgate rewards. Like, oh yes, welcome to Season 5, and this season we are shuffling out the Swarm Mother, and instead adding in something else. Whatever it is. Or if I got woken up, I would fight whoever woke me up. But, well, what if I woke you up with tea and cookies? Bandana tea. What if I brought you a cake and just held it under your nose until you woke up? Slight moving forward. This is a fight where Altheri is kind of off on his lonesome. We don't have Albino ready just yet, but now there is that Albino Vile Lurker there, and that's going to zone off everything. So they're going to be able to claim both Stormgates in the center of the map, I think. Oh, yeah, there are, but that's kind of hard to do, Vamos Gaming, in a game like this. Best you can do is like Mind Shackle, maybe. Hard to have a, like, when I say it's hard to do, I mean it's hard to have a mechanic that supports that. Lurker guy is a mobile siege tank, yeah, but it does a lot of friendly fire. I mean, so does the siege tank as well, but it's a little bit different. And I mean, okay, we're gonna see Hex Fields. No, wait, sorry, that was the Lurker go down. Big shots as you gotta just dodge everything. This is such a hard fight. You have Necrolusks moving in. You have this Vile Lurker just zoning out these big circles on the ground. I think we're going to game 5. I don't see a world where you fight against this combination of tier 2 Stormgate rewards while you're already really far behind. This game is over. We're moving on to game 5. Albino, yeah, there we go. HYY taps out. We get to move to game 5 of this best of 5. Stormgate should change terrain around them or something. Map makers have done that a little bit. We used to see the terrain around. I do agree that the generic orange surrounding it I prefer giving you a unit rather than changing terrain, Jack Ackley. I feel like fundamentally changing terrain in an RTS is too problematic. Yeah, I think the orange thing, I talked to Alan about this at one point. I think the way you should do it is when it spawns that orange color and then it goes and becomes part of the army. Like lose the orange color and adopt just the blue or the red or whatever highlights. Yeah, a lot of the Stormgate unit visuals is, as Gobsmack says, hello, developer, is super placeholder, requires new art, and it's not easy to make happen right now. So action changes how a unit works. That is, as my understanding right now, those are things they can do. Adding new art requires paying artists to make new art is a lot more difficult. Are they still developing the game, or is it completely released thus far? I don't know how, because they keep micro-releasing stuff. Stop paying attention for the last year. So back in August, they went into they left early access. They said the campaign is release quality. 1v1 is release quality. Nothing else is. Clearly, this was because of money issues. They had to do it. But in the time since, they've been working really hard on what they've termed a community patch, working with a bunch of community members, Cult Fiction, Lazar, Gobsmack, bunch of Wickle Harkle. That is not a good idea. A bunch of different community members and some devs. They got 2v2 in a really good spot. They have added 2v2 ladder into the PTR. They've got a bunch of really cool stuff. So it is being developed, but not with 45 developers and whatever. This is very much a labor of passion by the people still involved in the project. They are working on trying to get some more money. And the best way to make that happen, by the way, is watch videos, play the game. Apparently, like getting more community positive community sentiment is how you convince developers that or convince backers that maybe there's a chance to get some more backing on this. Like, it's worth doing. Yeah, it's probably 80-20 community Frost Giant patch that we're on right now on the PTR. Anyways, we're gonna move into game 5. Double vault opening from Theory. Single barracks opening from Albinos. We're going to see if we can go and maybe poke someone out early. Couple fiends arrive at the very beginning and to see, okay, Vault Conclave. It's a scout for the time being. They were trying to go and take an imp down, but not going to be all that impactful or all that successful. And just showing up on the other side, also really not going to get all that much done. That's just not even true. Mio Santiago saying Frost Giant does not exist anymore. We have Gobsmack in the chat. Now, are there as many people in Frost Giant as there were? No, they're not. A lot of people have left the company. But it is a legal entity. It still exists. They are just trying to do whatever they can to passion project this through, to bootstrap it back to where they would like it to be. But Frost Giant as a company still exists. Negative reviews on Steam didn't help, and most of these people played Warcraft 3 and wanted their... Yeah, I think some of the Steam negative reviews are absolutely warranted. Especially if you take the reviews from early access where the game was not communicated properly. I think some of them are not, though. It depends on which review you're talking about. Some of them are... I don't like this part of the game. The voice acting of some of the characters is not great, or whatever. Yeah, that's totally fair. You also see some of the crazy, anyway, it's a whole mix of stuff. AI is not good enough for the quality we want if we're using AI. Use placeholders, yeah. Not only that, it's taking jobs away from real artists, and it cannot create anything new.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a storm.
There is zero good application. There is zero good reason to use AI in creative applications unless you have no other choice, and then you probably shouldn't be using it anyways. AI is there is very, very few things where AI is a net positive. Jack, actually, I mean, maybe I should just make a video about this, but there's a whole lot that goes into this. As a Stormgate's going to get claimed by HYY and Albino. There we go. Or HYY and Wallace, excuse me. I'm not going to talk about it anymore right now just because there's a whole lot that goes into this. We've talked about it like on every stream. Maybe I should make a video about it, but they expected to get more funding than they did, and yeah. There's a lot. A lot of decisions they made, they were kind of decisions they were financially forced into making. As far as I can tell, is for now, let's take a look at this game. Stormgate claimed, got a couple extra brutes from HYY and Wallace. Despite that, Albino in theory still ahead in supply, still having a decent game as we start to tech up, move on to, well, for HYY, excuse me, move on to Quick Draw Hustle. Already do, of course, have that for the side of Albino and HYY as they start to poke forward a little bit. 3 bases on either side, or 3 bases for Albino in theory. Both only, well, excuse me, actually, no, there are 3 for both. So very even game number 5. Let's see how we're going to make this happen. They're going to try to move forward with the quick draw timing, but Defender's advantage is just very impactful. So that's not going to work out super well. Maybe hold the high ground, get some positive trades, but the rush distance is what it is. There really is no advantage. So you're going to poke a little bit. Maybe you can kind of pull your opponent out of position slightly, but that is just about it. Thank you, Jack Ackley. I've been lucky enough to do some stuff. I did DreamHack Atlanta, did one of the greatest best of 5s in StarCraft 2 history, and that was really cool. I've done Bellum Gens, I'm doing some Dota stuff. Oh, that is very true. The map editor has also, there's now a trigger editor and a, oh, what's the other one? Trigger and something editor. For now, though, a couple of Exos are going to get taken down. Albino leaving those dangling. Exos are expensive. They're not really what you want to lose. I mean, he's going to lose this entire Expeditionary Force on the left side, which is very useful for HY. Wow, Albino losing a lot of supply here. And there's nothing that Theory can do on the right side to counterpunch. This big army from Wallace is enough to scare him off. So Albino loses a lot. And now these Exos, these Medtechs, they're going to move onto the other side of the map, maybe finding a fiend, who cares? But maybe finding a little bit more. Certainly getting very lucky on the Stormgate position. They're already playing here anyways. Now the Stormgate spawns left side, so if they can go and establish position on this high ground, force this base out, which I actually don't know if we can see. There we go. I want Wallace. He hasn't seen that though. HYY has not seen this on the high ground. Now there's going to be a full surround on top of everything. He sees the base too late because Infernal Fury is going to go get on top of him, look for the surround, stun him up. No system shock to properly get out of here. Medtechs will fall. But at the very least, you do have quick draw, so you can kind of kite the rest of it out. And now HYY moves forward again. Despite losing all those Medtechs, he's still got a decent position now. Wallace right side as well, trying to go punish Theory. Seems like it's going okay for him for now, but this army does feel, it does have an egress point, so he's going to be okay. Gonna be able to get on out of here. A couple brutes looking for reinforcement lines, but the reinforcement lines are big enough that it's not really a fight they want to take. So, second round of the Stormgate. It's going to go to the way of Wallace and HYY, I think. He's already getting effective damage on it. Hey, Mountain. How you doing? So, second Stormgate. Vile Lurker is a wonderful thing to get. The splash damage, we saw what happened. Now, of course, that was Vile Lurker and a couple Necrolesks, which is just impossible to fight into. You got to get very lucky. Even still, Vile Lurker just forces so much micro from your opponent to dodge the shots that it's a problem. It just makes these fights rather difficult. As Theory right side, I'm loving this that we're seeing this well, I don't even want to call it multitasking, but the multiple avenues of attack in game 5. We're seeing effectively a Vanguard versus Vanguard and an Infernal versus Infernal kind of happening at the same time. So HYY, he is moving on into tier 3. We do have, there we go. We do have Promethean Engine is on the way, so helicarriers are going to be that much more effective, although no helicarriers in production just yet. There we go. There, it's the 5 solar habitated, 4 solar habitated to hangar bay, just zooming on out of there. Well, let's see what we can get done. Vile Lurker's got to be careful. Not a lot of anti-air real. Actually, Exo count's relatively decent. But on the right side, this is a fight that Wallace is absolutely winning. Theory moved in, but Magmadons, they're no longer as good against this mass brute idea as they used to be. They do bonus damage versus light. not heavy. So they are going to go and move in, and the stuns are nice, and they are tanky. But that is just about the value of them. Is now all the Magmadons. You really didn't want to spend all the Magmadon stomps on this. Only a couple. So all the Magmadons, they spend their stuns. Now they have to back up. And on the left side, the Helicarriers, a little bit more, getting at it in every single time. That's going to be a free med tech, getting taken down up on the high ground. Maybe not that. This position, if you can go establish position on the low ground, bombing run, not really going to land. But you can maybe establish a pole position on this extra base. That'd be really nice. Now, this Helicarrier is going to have to return to hangar maybe, but no, it's just going to go get taken down. Drops the bombing run. Survives a little bit longer than we expected. But now System Shock's in. Maybe an opportunity here trying to get on top of the Vulcans. No. Backing up. Not worth it. He thought he saw an opportunity, but that opportunity was not there. And Wallace, right side. Oh, that's a good hex field. That's a really good hex field. Trying to go claim the tier 3 Stormgate for himself. Left side, his friend, not his opponent. His teammate doing a great job as well as these Magmadons starting to move in, but everyone just kites away, and now all the stuns are done. There are no light units to kill. This is not a good fight for Theory. Once again, he's just forced to just lose so many of these Magmadons. And oh, by the way, tier 3 Stormgate claimed by HYY on the north side of the map. It's going to be a couple Soul Forges. What do we get? More Helicarriers. That's a very nice thing to get. The bottom side wins this Stormgate as well. Don't know what he wants just yet. We're going to have to see. But now this is HYY overcapped, oversupplied. And the Power Stones. I think he can cast those on friendlies. So he's going to go Power Stone some of the Hurricanes maybe. And this is a game that is going very well for the side of HYY and Wallace at this point. 307 over 300 for HYY. Just about max for Wallace. I'm assuming, I don't know, there it is. There's the Elder Shrine. I'm assuming he's going to get into tier 3 tech soon enough. All these Magmadons are going to go down as Theory down below 100 supply. The Magmadons, they're doing what they can, but again, just not enough light units. They're effective to mess with fights. Yeah, the game's over. No big climactic fight, but two small ones. And HYY and Wallace, they come together, they win it. 3 games to 2 in this grand finals. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, make sure to hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. All right, so we are just about done. How many Matcherino codes still remain? 15 Matcherino codes remain. There are 129 of you in Twitch chat, another 50 or so on the YouTube chat. Exclamation mark Matcherino. Add another, what? $3.50, $3.75 to the prize pool. That was well played. I think 2v2 is by far the best version of this game. It's really fun. So make sure to go hit exclamation mark Matcherino, as we've said. Follow the channel, sub to the channel if you have not already. Go check out the YouTube. I'll be putting up VODs from the last tournament, the 1v1 stuff we did, and this kind of the next week or so. And make sure to go check me out on ESL when I'm doing all the ESL Dota 2 closed qualifiers for Dream League and for ESL 1 Birmingham for the upcoming ESL 1 tournament. Make sure to go check all that out. And that'll do it here for me today. Thank you so much friends. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll catch you next time. Has been mostly resolved. Plus not in the map pool, thanks to the 10 gifted subs, which is very sad. I love the bone sub. I think it's actually a really good 2v2 map. But for now, we're going to see the first Stormgate will get claimed by HYY and Wallace. They committed a little bit more for that one, as they have been playing rather aggressively, especially with kinetic redirects. These are some very effective, very fast lancers as they move forward. Soul Brand's going to be done soon, but not just yet. In fact, HYY and Wallace, they have their Soul Brand first. They're starting to apply Curse on top of everything, even as the defensive Curse arrives, and now there's a Vulcan. So as this Vulcan, think that 1v1 is in a pretty good spot, or the melee mode, 1v1, 2v2 is in a pretty good spot, which I think it is. Maybe a little bit more balancing is needed.